Sorry about that, N. I'm just creeping. I was like sighing. I was exhaling. That one wasn't even that sussy of a noise. Are we gonna talk about the noise? Are we gonna talk about like Arrowgate 2026? I don't think you can handle if I talk about the noises I made on the recent short. I had it as the lead up for this. I had it as the preview before this stream started, where it was the voiceover that I did yesterday. And a lot of people, a lot of people were looking for me to release the raw audio of that for sussy reasons. I don't know what you people want. I don't know what's up with you people. Although, speaking of people. Sorry, I forgot I had that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hi. I started this up before I opened. Actually, no, the document's open. I didn't have my. Oh, you me. Don't worry about it. All's well here. We're all fine here. Hi. Hey, I'm Arrow. If you don't know, I am a VTuber. I talk about TTRPGs. I talk about writing. I am making a TTRPG called The Neolithic that is a Stone Age civilization TTRPG in a world where magic is fading. You are a blob. The world is scary. And one of you is going to have to change. So magic's fading from the world. Your species relies on magic to eat and to reproduce and to see and to communicate. And therefore, with magic fading, you need to evolve. So the whole system is about you as a player evolving your species, and your creature, the character you're playing, is ultimately probably going to die within a couple sessions. It's a very brutal game. It is a Stone Age civilization. Like bronze and copper are just now being discovered and implemented. Magic is on its way out. And we've been making a wacky alien biome, like an ecosphere for this TTRPG. And I made 6. And then y'all have helped me make 5. We're about to make, so we're at 11 now. We're going to make the 12th today, the Badlands, the most obscure, the most esoteric, the most weird. And after that point, I'm going to grab this entire document, all 46 pages of it, which this is stuff that I've been making on stream. This is the pet rules. This is the alchemy rules. This is the exploration rules. This is the biomes, at least the 5 biomes we made. I'm going to add them to my master doc, which... Sold. My master doc is currently at 120 pages. And I'm going to, after this stream, once we finish the biomes, I'm going to take the stuff that we made. I'm going to add it to my master doc. I'm going to run through the entire document over this weekend. I'm going to make sure all the mechanics line up. I'm going to make sure nothing conflicts. I'm going to make sure that there's no typos or whatever as best I can. I'm going to minorly reformat it for small convenience sake for legibility purposes. And then like by next Friday, my goal is to have this released as a playtest. So that's where we're at right now. Speaking of arrow noises, are my ears good or is your voice a bit different? I mean, it might be a little bit different. Like my voice is all over the place because, for instance, a lot of times I start streaming basically right after I get out of bed. I will get out of bed like 30 minutes before stream or like 45 minutes before stream. So like I take care of myself, I like brush my teeth, I do my morning ritual, I'll eat, I will like consume food, and then I'll hop on stream. I woke a bit earlier today. I was actually in Tom Bloom's stream. I was like listening in on his Chasm weekly art stream. I think it's a weekly art stream. I got to see the chaos that is Sun Bloom invading his stream, which was absolutely adorable. So maybe it's just that like I'm a bit out of my morning voice right now, or maybe I'm just like dying. Maybe that's it. So if you don't know, I like to say hi to everyone. I like to give you a greeting. I like to acknowledge you if you're acknowledging me. So feel free to drop a hello in chat. I'm also going to start Q&A on YouTube streams. We have a Q&A where you can just ask me anything. It can be about VTubers. It can be about the TTRPG. It can be about just my thoughts about stuff going on in the world. It can be advice that you're looking for. What do you want to know, Traveler? Why not ask a question, Traveler? I know you want to ask, Traveler. So that's that. Let me scroll back through chat real quick. So arrow noises start stream with? Yes. Do we talk about arrow noises? I don't know. I don't know if that's what we're doing here. You were watching another short and you just heard that moan. It wasn't a moan. It was like an exhale. It was... like that's just like a sigh. That's not a moan. I started gym before Arrow Live today because gym closes early still in gym. Nice. You're feeling so good watching trans people make noises. It is weird. I'm not gonna lie. It is weird whenever someone calls me trans because like they're not wrong. I'm non-binary. But I feel like the perception of trans people is so ingrained in like binary transness of like trans femme, trans masc that anytime I hear that, I'm kind of like, are they processing what's actually going on? And then I have to think about it for a second. It was just a moment of, why is Arrow so contented with my video choice? Why is Arrow seeing my video? The noises were fine. It was just psychic damage. Arrow makes noises. You won't believe the next ones are. Doctors hate this. Are you Arrow because you make noises? Or do you make noises because you're Arrow? That's a good question. I don't know. Was it the egg or was it the chicken first? Wait, do we have new people in here? I don't know. I just always open with that. Hi, Arrow. Dual stream on old phone and new phone. Woo, how are you? I'm doing well. I am excited to wrap up this TTRPG. Like, genuinely, I can't think of a single other thing that I need to do after we get this final biome done. Like, outside of formatting, outside of making sure that, like, oh, yeah, I referenced, like, agendas and factions in this one section, and then I didn't reference them in this other section that I should have referenced it because I added the agendas after I made that first section. Like, that's stuff that I obviously need to, like, go back, proofread, edit. And then there's also a section that I was writing. I don't think I'm going to include this in the playtest. I don't care enough about this in the playtest. I might include this in the full draft. I might just can it, whatever. I made example quests. I made example little... What do I call them? Example conflicts is what I called them. So I made... Of the ancestor species, I made 5 conflicts. They're just sample conflicts that you can choose from. So this is like with the Grogan, which is one of the ancestor species you can choose. The Gravel family has lost its only elder, Noda. Elder Ralphnor of the Mound family has offered to take control of it, given he is the eldest in the Canal Path. yet the Gravel family refused. Loud Arkmal claims that despite her youth, she's more than capable of leading the Gravel family, calling Ralphnor a failure even to his own family. The entirety of the Canal Path is divided between upholding tradition and allowing for a new generation to take power. While not yet violent, the lines have been drawn. And this goes over, like, who are Ralphnor's supporters? Like, what do they do? Here's, like, if you want to get them to trust Arkmal, this is like, it would take 8 nodes on a tree. Or if they have to apologize for what happened to Noda, it takes 4 nodes on a tree. However, there's a passive paranoia tree that will build up over time. So this is something where his misallocation of the path's resources led to Elder Noda's death, which he will only admit to and apologize if he thinks it will win over a family's support. And then, like, with Arkmal, like, you can convince Arkmal to give up the claim, and here's some notes about Arkmal, and then here's some others in the Canal Path that aren't on either of their side that you can pledge to Ralphnor or pledge to Arkmal. And, like, if they pledge to Ralphnor, that's if you don't take action for them. Whereas if you pledge to Arkmal, that requires active participation on the part of the players to convince them. And so, like, I just, like, 3 pages? Yeah, 3 pages, 2.5 pages of just, like, here's this quick blurb about the setup, and then here's just all of the relevant information that you could need. So, like that's the sort of stuff where, like, I think that's useful as a, how do I play this game? I don't know if that's useful for a playtest. I think that might be most useful, actually, to start off with. So these example factions, so these are, let me ask you, how many of you don't know the core of the system? Like, we've been making biomes for the past couple weeks. I've referenced things like tasks and checks and, like, how it's a 1d12 and 2d6 system. Like, but how many of you don't know about the actual, like, creature building, the actual species making of the system? We out a morning voice, basically. Evolution game confirmed. Yeah, this is the evolution game. You heard Sunbloom negotiating for scorpions. Less so negotiating, more so, enforcing his will upon his father. Because apparently Tom Bloom's son, his favorite animal is both scorpions and also geckos. And Tom Bloom was like, wait, really, scorpions? And he's like, yeah, scorpions and geckos. Like, okay, I knew geckos. I was wondering where the geckos were. Tom Bloom's son, Sunbloom, does not know what a scorpion looks like, and so cannot draw one, even though he wanted to draw one. So he made his father, on a panel for Kill 6 Million Demons, draw a yellow scorpion. And I wasn't watching the stream, I was just listening in, so I don't know if he actually, like, did it on the comic panel or if he drew it off to the side, but that was very funny to me. The Grungus Flumpgore will have their day in the sun soon. Oh my gosh. Speaking of arrow noises, is my voice different? I don't know. Who knows? Hey, Arrow, been here a bit. Don't think you're dying. You're just evolving. Currently in the BY with an omelet. And yes, make sure I'm actually at live timestamp this time. Good. Currently making a Japanese castle in Minecraft. And I have to say I have a newfound respect for landscapers and engineers, because scuttling a whole mountain into a layered cake terrace is, oh my gosh. That sounds adorable, drawing a scorpion for the sun. It was very funny. And honestly, like, Tom Bloom's son was sick. So, like, he got back from the library because he's not going to school today because he's sick. And, like, he, like, wants to sit in with his dad. So he sits on Tom Bloom's lap and he's talking to his dad as his dad's like, I gotta work, buddy. Like, you want to stay here? And he's like, yeah. So he's like, okay, you can sit on my lap while I work. And so, like, they're chatting. And he was just being so silly. It was very cute. It was something where I think that is an adorable way to, like, incorporate your family in a healthy and, like, cute way into your work, particularly for someone like I mean, I don't know if I'd consider Tom Bloom like an online content creator. Like, he creates content online, but he's primarily known for TTRPGs and comics. So, like, I don't know if he, like, considers himself a online personality, but there's been recently some conflicts about some other content creators who, like, exploit their children for clout. And I think that's a very cute and sweet and natural way of exploiting your children for your clout. That sounds adorable, yeah. I love the creative building, but it's been a while since you talked about it. You used to have one, not use one, and choose two. So, what it is, the long and short, let me grab the summary. because I start this with a quick start. So it should all be in the quick start. Quick start for GMs. Quick start for players. So, quick start for players. If you want to jump right into the game, you might want to play as an ancestor species as described in playing a one-shot section following this quick start. Species creation involves looking through all 12 ancestor species and can take some time. So the single longest thing in this game, from my understanding, from my perception, from what I'm theorizing, like without play, but within theory, species creation. Because species creation requires you to look at all 12 of the ancestor species, and the ancestor species will be like, I showed you the Grogan conflict. This is like what the Grogan would look like. I'm like, obviously this is gonna be subject to change. I'm gonna be altering some stuff to add some more to it. But so it's Grogan. Here are what traits they have. Here are what regions they're natural to. Here's what their instinct is. Here's a cultural question. Here's a legacy question. And then here's like 3 paragraphs of lore about them and some example NPCs that's just like a name, what they are, and then a quote from them, right? So these are all related to character creation. These all impact what you get in character creation. Pre-modern humans of this setting, for a lack of more appropriate term, and hominids. I mean, yeah, so the ancestors are, I guess the best way I could say it is like, if you're making Homo sapiens sapiens, the ancestors are Homo sapiens. Because the ancestors are a precursor. You are evolved from the ancestors, but the ancestors are still around. They're dying out though. It's very much you're the new kids on the block. You're the new generation. Your parents are still around, but they're not long for the world. And I was actually working on some lore last night for this, where some of the older species, which the 5 generations of this world are the foremost, the younger, the pursuers, the ancestors, and then this is like you, right? So this is what you're rocking, and no one has seen like the foremost or the younger, but like these are all like before your time. The pursuers are the boogeyman of the setting. They are the big scary evil. A lot of superstitions reference the pursuers, and very much in a, this is meant to ward away the pursuers. This is meant to scare away the pursuers. Don't do this. This will attract the pursuers. The ancestors are like literally like among us. And then you are the new generation. You are a combination of them. And GMs, I would encourage, if you have the time, which not every GM does, it's not just the players that are this new species, but it's also NPC species. But I also think that if I'm running for Guard and N and B and Lag, all 4 of you, 4 new species, plus the 12 ancestors, let's say you ignore 3/4 of the ancestors, so you're only rocking 3 of the ancestor species featured in the game, that's 7 species to play with. Plus all of the flora, all of the fauna, like 7 species, not to mention the factions within those species, that is more than enough. So you don't need NPCs for the new generation. I would almost go so far as to say this is the player generation. But I do think that there's nothing stopping you as a GM from making NPC species of the same combined generation as the players. And that would literally be, as the GM, follow the steps of making a player species. Is there a create an ancestor? There's not a create an ancestor. However, quick start for players. This is truncated. There's a more detailed explanation on the doc. I'm showing you the quick start because it's faster. In species creation, you begin as a featureless blob with a brain and 6 ether organs. You lose 1 random ether organ as determined by a d6. So it's you roll 1d6 to start off. You lose 1 of these 6. I lost my aura wallop. I can no longer regulate my body temperature via magic. I lost my Galbrox. I can no longer eat or photosynthesize via magic. I need to develop body hair. I need to develop feathers. I need to develop sweat. I need to develop a mouth, a stomach, an esophagus, a crop and gizzard, like whatever it might be to eat or whatever it might be to thermoregulate. I need to evolve the actual physical traits for that. And then after that, after you find out what it is that like you physically are unable to do, then you roll 2d12 and randomly select 2 ancestor species. One becomes your random ancestor, the other becoming blocked from your ancestor. So if I roll 2d12, do I have the list here? I don't have the list here. Criminy. Let me grab the list. There should be a list somewhere. Is there not a list? What the heck? Up. Here is just a list of all of them. It's, again, truncated. Don't worry about it. So here's a list of all of them. It's the Grogan, the Thissatrix, the Westwim, the Strovodellum, the Kling, the Vortvoff, the Jirikiri, the Lomp, the Klakalk, the Alpip, the Lenogam, and the Vashsal. So there's 12 species. I roll 2d12. I get a 2 and a 12. 2, 1, 2 Thissatrix, and then 12 is Vashsal. I look at the Vashsal and I say, I think they're really cool. I'm going to choose the Vashsal as one of my ancestors. The Thissatrix I now can't have as an ancestor. And then, after I roll my 2d12, I choose 3 other species. So then I'm like, okay, I like the Vashsal, I think the Alpip are cool, I think the Klakalk are cool, and I think the Lomp are cool. Now, from all of these, I gain 1 trait from each of them. So for instance, the Lenogam have the traits pheromones, paws, quills, carapace, blubber, trunk, live birth. I choose one of these. Let's say I rolled that, like I don't have thermoregulation. I rolled a 4. I need to warm myself. So why not take on blubber? I chose the Lenogam. Maybe I pick the Lenogam and I grab one of the traits of Lenogam. I now have blubber. That is one of my traits. Now, I look through and I say, okay, Vashsal. That one was like really interesting to me. I want to choose that one. They have horns, thorns, sweating, adrenaline, spore slits, dislocating jaw, respiratory skin. I think to myself, blubber helps me stay warm. What would help me cool off? Maybe I go sweating. Blubber and sweating, because those both help with thermoregulation. And then I go from the Vashsal and I grab the Alpip. And the Alpip, they have bones, ears, poison, talons, liver, roots, camouflage. So I go, okay, I have sweat, I have blubber. I like the idea of just like being a big like blob. I like the idea of being like this weird blob that's just like kind of like slug-like. So crazy enough, what if I go like poison and like I don't run from things. I just kind of like, people know not to eat me. Right? What if that would be interesting? And then from there, I go like, okay. Well, so what can I grab from the Klakalk? And the Klakalk have beak, pincers, pouches, chitin, venom, swim bladder, soft shell eggs. What if I go venom? What if I go both poison and venom? And so I have 1 trait from each of them. And then I get 2 additional traits from any of them. So I go, okay, what if I go thorns? I have venomous thorns all across my body. And I have like poisonous sweat. I have blubber. I'm this slug-like ball that's just like, and I grab quills too. So I'm literally just like, I am nothing but this. I'm a sea urchin. I'm a venomous, poisonous sea urchin. Right? The tank spec goes crazy because I like blubber. Imagine how difficult it is to like hurt something that is covered in blubber, poisonous sweat, venomous quills and thorns. Like imagine how difficult that would be. And then I answer 1 cultural question, 1 legacy question, an instinct, and a region. So if I look at the Vashsal, they have region, plains and subterranean, which if you remember, Phalangefeld is an example biome, the Maw is an example biome. Their instinct is flight. Their cultural question is, what belief does your species have that no one understands? And the legacy question is, how do the 3 cracks of ego affect your species' behavior? What are the 3 cracks of ego? Well, that's when I go, and I look at the lore of the Vash'Zal. And this is like the legacy question is, we are tied to the Vash'Zal. How do the Vash'Zal's culture impact our species? I may have said, I don't want the 3 category ego. That's loser behavior. That's lame. I don't like that. But what about, does your species follow the path of the true or fallen Lenogam? Why? What are the true and fallen Lenogam? Well, that's why there's like this lore section here. And do we have a strong cultural tie to the Lenogam? And has their culture impacted our culture as a species? No, that's lame, whatsoever. And then we go, and then we go, and we go. And so I might take the cultural question of the Lenogam. What is the reputation your species has? Why does it misrepresent you? I might take the instinct of Vash'Zal, flight. I might take one of the regions of the Clackalk, and I'll choose caverns or coastal. I want our slug things. I think they'd be perfect to be like amphibious sea urchins. I think it would be really cool if they came from the atoll that we made, right? So I choose that. And then with Alpip, I have to choose the legacy question. Does your species align with the Mala or the Autarkies? Why? What are the Mala and the Autarkies? And then we read and blah, 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 blah. And suddenly, I have a species that is completely different from the Clackalk or the Alpip or the Lenogam or the Vash'Zal. It is entirely its own by being a remix of everything before it. So your goal in making a character and a species is not to make a cool like Vash'Zal. Like you're not making a Lenogam. You're not reinventing the Alpip. You're taking all these and you're boiling them down and you're mixing them together and you're seeing what comes out the other end. Yeah, like hanging mosaic on the plate. Like that's the sort of stuff you can do because you're like, okay, I'm from the coastal. What's my coastal biome like? Where is my creature from? And then you can go for that. Been waiting for this. You're so happy. Welcome on in, bees. Overquill Bill. Exactly. Hey, Claw. Ah, yes, the player generation, so named for the love of games. Like how Homo sapiens and Homo Neanderthals were both humans, but sapiens wiped out Neanderthals. So, less so that, because Neanderthalis was a separate species from Homo sapiens that interbred with and kind of was subsumed by Homo sapiens to become Homo sapiens sapiens. The issue with that comparison, I was going to make that comparison and then I realized that it would be wrong, is that my understanding, as someone that like took college level anthropology, but like is not an expert in this by any means. You had like Homo erectus, and from there you had like Homo neanderthalis, like Homo sapiens. I think maybe there's another one right here that I'm forgetting. And then from here, these kind of like, it was like 80-20 kind of deal. It's like mostly sapiens continued into Homo sapiens sapiens, and then kind of some Neanderthal went into that. So that wouldn't really be what the ancestors are like. The ancestors are closer to your parents. You are not your parents. You are a combination of your parents. Your parents are, in all likelihood, going to die before you, just based on age. But they're still around. And you can still interact with them. And you may have a good or a bad or a neutral relationship with them. You might not know your parents. You might be extremely close with your parents. Like, it's not as directly tied as that, as you saw with the example of how, like, mixed and matched it was. But ultimately, it is pretty, like, yeah, it's almost parental. Why is my waist? Has anyone else run into that? Like, my waist, I just realized it's really sore. Like, not my hips, not my abs, not my core, like literally like my hip bones, like just above my hip bones. I like rested my hands akimbo on them and I realized that it's like bruised or something. And I'm like, hello? What did I do? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. We should play test Dune. Honestly, this system, like my goal, get the biome done today. Place it, like release it for playtesting by next week, and I'm going to like make a push for it. I'm gonna at the Discord. I'm going to make a video about it. I'm going to be like, hey, this is a playtest doc. I really want you to playtest it. Also, the goal is not so a couple things. One, I would love if we could not only get community sourced art to fill the book. And what I'd probably do with that is I do plan on charging for the full book. I would leave the playtest up. I'd leave the playtest for free. But I would probably charge for the final product. And I would like give a key to whoever submits art that makes it into the final book. But I would love, and I think this would be the real killer, community driven biome supplement. Y'all have seen my process. Y'all know the format. Y'all know what this is all about. You know how to make a rift bleached environment. I would just have to give some more advice on how to make a rift starved environment. And then y'all could produce 10, 20, 30 biomes. And as long as they're varied in region, we as a community could release it for free to the rest of the community. So if you want to run this game, you have not 12 biomes to choose from, you have 42 biomes to choose from. You don't have 12, you don't have like 6 biomes of each type, or sorry, one biome of each region. You have 4 biomes of each region, and maybe one region is really popular, so it gets 8 biomes, and then one is like kind of not popular, so it only has 2 biomes, but that's still 2 more biomes than you would have had otherwise. Can you leave some description somewhere I could base art from? So that's the thing. Let me post the Lenogam in its entirety. Let me just delete all this. So, Lenogam. Pheromones, paws, quills, carapace, blubber, trunk, live birth, and then all this stuff. Here's lore about them. I don't ever say an appearance. I don't ever say this is what it looks like, because the explicit intent, I want it to be as weird as possible. I want the Lenogam and the Alpip and the Strovodellum and the Thistrix and the Grogan to all be what you think of when you say it's a Lenogam. And adding art of the creatures takes away from that, but I do think it would be really cool. And the goal, and this is crazy. This is where it gets really crazy. I would have to know how y'all feel about this. Cave painting style. To fit the theme of the story, all art in the book would have to follow cave painting style. Where that would be like, just look this up real quick. But like I don't care how beautiful your art is. Like I would save it. I would put it on my fridge, but like it would have to look like this. Right? So how would you draw a creature that has pheromones, paw, quills, carapace, blubber, trunk, live birth, one that travels in pods, that are defensive pacifists? They particularly keep their young safe, using their bulk and quills to form impenetrable living walls, and within these walls they can hotbox their pheromones in an enclosed area. How would you draw that? Like this. And I think that's where it would be really cool, is because then it's not like, oh, my art sucks, I don't know how to do shading. Like, no, it doesn't. Like, do what your ancestors were doing. Do what the genetic pool was up to before writing was invented. Just draw lines. And I think that would be really cool. Well, the abstract nature of cave painting could give a vague idea, and that's exactly what I'm going for. I would want it to not only lower the barrier of entry so that anyone, regardless of skill level, could, in theory, participate. I would also want it to be like let me draw my interpretation of what a Lenogam is. Oh, sorry. Let me double check what its features are. Paws, quills, carapace, blubber, trunk, live birth. What's that? Be? Like, would you have any idea what this was if you saw this without the understanding of like, oh, this is a lenogram. Like clearly this is the trunk. These are the paws. These are probably the quills. I guess this is blubber. And then, but like maybe I do like, maybe I draw every single one like this. And like, this is all you get. This is the only look you get. If we do something like this, even I can try my character. Exactly. A beetle. Is this chitin? Is this blubber? Is this skin? Is this fur? Is this like a slug-like? Are these paw, like how many paws are there? Is there 4? Is there 2? Is there 8? Like, I love not including that information because no matter what I say, that pales in comparison to how cool it is in your brain, or how weird it is in your brain, or how creepy it is in your brain. 6 paws. Like my first thought was 6 paws. I was thinking like, oh yeah, 4 paws. No, it's got to be like 6 or something. I don't want everything to be quadrupedal. So, and if you've watched the biome streams, if you participate in the biome streams, yeah, like you know my thought process on creature design, and I think that it's not unique. I don't think it's special, but I think it is something where it's just like I am committing to it more strongly in this project than anywhere else. Archaeologist view from the player perspective, exactly. I like as a player on a meta level, yeah, it's kind of like an archaeologist. In game, it's more of like this is just kind of what this world is. So yeah, so you choose your ancestor stuff. You make your species. You have some descriptors, so like give your species a name and some unique cultural aspects, like what's their history? How are they different from their ancestors? How does their missing ether organ influence their priorities? And then you create factions. Gosh. I don't know if I want to expand or restrict this. I like where it's at now. It's very just like surface level, but allows you to play with it. When you make your species, you create a faction with an agenda, a combination of an ideological component and a diplomatic component. There are 5 of each. I might make it 6 of each. I have to see how I'm feeling. And then you write down that faction's momentum. 3 maxims dependent on its agenda that its members are expected to adhere to. Assign a name to this faction which starts dominant. Then you make a second faction where either the ideological or diplomatic component of its agenda is changed. This faction is fringe with a momentum that only has a single maxim. Assign it a name. So you have 2 factions. One is dominant with 3 maxims. One is fringe with 1 maxim. Every time the rift closes, every time the rift tree completes and the rift kind of closes a bit more, that's when you spend experience. That's when you level up. That's when your species evolves. That's also when a new faction forms that is also going to be fringe. It's also going to have 1 component different from an existing faction. And then one of your factions decreases in influence and one of them increases in influence. So it might be this faction increases and becomes populous. And this one decreases and also becomes populous. So this one loses a maxim and this one gains a maxim. What does a maxim do? If you are a part of a faction, you have to follow these maxims in order to get extra experience at the end of a session. So, at the end of a session, you have like 4 XP triggers, of which you can only do 3 of them. One of these XP triggers is, did you follow at least 1 maxim of your faction? So the more dominant the faction, the larger the faction, the more powerful the faction, the easier it is to follow its maxims. Or its momentum, because you only need to follow 1 of 3 maxims. Like if you really just don't vibe with 1 maxim, that's character work. That's creature work. But also, simultaneously, if you're a part of a faction and you want the tension of my creature doesn't play nice with their faction, they're kind of resenting the fact that they're a part of this faction, you can only get a maximum of 3 of 4 XP. Meaning, the other XP triggers if you survive, if you help with that session's mission, which is like the group all decides on 1 task they want to accomplish, and your what is the... There's another one. It's MMMMMM. It is... Wait, I'm looking at the wrong document. Whoop. Whoop. It is momentum maneuver. So every session, did you survive? If yes, +1 XP. If you followed your maneuver, which is at the start of the session, you say, I want to do this thing. If you did that, you get +1 XP. If you follow your faction's momentum by following its maxims, you get +1 XP. If you contributed to the mission that the group all agreed upon this session, you get +1 XP. But this is all gated where you can only get 3. So if you survived and you achieved your maneuver, but you don't like your faction, you don't want to follow your faction's maxim, you are not penalized for ignoring it because you can just focus on the mission instead. However, that means you have a stronger incentive to lean into your personal maneuver as well as the mission. You can die and still get 3 XP for your species? Yes. And there is actually a specific trigger where if you die, which you're expected to, this is a game where like your creature is expected to die at some point. You're expected to make multiple characters. When you die, you can describe a funerary rite and flash back to a scene in which your creature described this funerary rite to the other creatures. And if the other creatures enact this funerary rite for you, even a truncated version, you get the XP as if you survived. So if you come from a culture where they burn your dead and you die and your other creatures burn your body, your species still gets the experience as if you had survived. Now, this doesn't put you above 3, but like maybe you ignored the mission that session and you got your momentum, you got your maneuver, and you didn't survive, but they did the funerary rite, so you get the XP. And this not only incentivizes you to think about your species more in depth on different dimensions, it also means you're not that penalized for dying. like this is effectively a gimme. This is a, did I survive? Yes. Did I not survive? Could anyone else do the funerary rite that I come up with? It could be that they have to eat part of your corpse. It could be that they have to put your body up in a tree. It could be that they bury you. It could be that they have to burn incense. It might be that they have to have a party, a celebration, a feast in your honor, like whatever it ends up being. So long as they just do the funerary rite, you still get the XP. Every system is a bit much for a first-time GM. Nothing to do but take the plunge. Make it like this faction is cringe. Waka waka. Man, I love to run this, but I've never GM'd. I feel like this, while awesome, would be much for a first-time GM. I would say this system, the goal is an intermediate level of complexity. This is a system that, again, in theory, before playtesting, is an extremely simple gameplay loop with multiple other systems like grafted onto it that makes it seem more complex. So for instance, the standard gameplay loop, I want to go fight that dude. Okay, roll 1d12 for this possible check. Oh, so your task, your title relates to this. You are a warrior, you're good at fighting people, you roll 2d6 instead. You got a 7+, awesome, you did it. You got a 6 or minus, awesome, you still did it, but something bad happened. I'm gonna go build this shelter. Okay. 1d12. It's possible. You're a warrior, so I don't think that it's reasonable that like you would be able to roll 2d6 for this. Oh, you got a 7+. So that's 1 success. I think this shelter you want to construct is actually going to require 3 successes. So you're going to have to roll a couple more times or get help or use an item. Okay, so you have a hammer with you. So that can add 1 more success. So we're at 2 successes of 3 successes. Do you want to roll again? You failed this time. Well, it's possible. So you still get the success, but something bad happens. And then like, that's the entire system. The entire system is easy, possible, improbable, 1d12, 2d6, 7 plus or 6 minus. That's the entire system. It's just, do you understand how to add on travel with that? Do you understand how pet taming works into that, or alchemy works into that, or factions interplay with that? So like the core system, like for instance, D&D is a system where to just learn how to play baseline, you need to learn like 80% of the rules. And that makes it very intimidating for a lot of people. Lancer, similarly, you kind of got to learn everything up front. This is definitely a system where like, if you don't care about alchemy, you can just ignore alchemy. If you don't care about pet taming, you can just ignore pet taming. The core system, I feel, as the designer, and like the playtesting will prove me wrong, I'm sure. That is something you can learn in like 15 minutes, and that is what like the core gameplay loop will be for the rest of the entire game. And so it like species creation is way more complicated than the core gameplay loop. The rift closing, the rift closer tree, that's kind of complicated. But aside from those two things, which kind of like bookends, like the core gameplay loop is like something you can learn in like 15 minutes. So you can die and still get 3 XP for your species. Yeah. I mean, you can die and like, assuming that you followed the session's mission, you enacted a personal maneuver, and you followed the momentum of your species. Even if your fellow creatures like ignore your funerary rites, you're fine. But like, you still get 3 out of 4 XP. Hey, Arrow, I just graduated. Congratulations! Woo! That sounds sarcastic, but like, unironically, yeah, awesome. Although I am so VTuber pilled that my first thought was, oh, I'm so sorry. So that's silliness. So where are we at? All right, we're here. Right, so the conflict. So like, there's an example Grogan conflict I made. There's example Thysatrix and Westwim and Strovadelum, and I was gonna make the Cling. Like I could do one conflict for each ancestor. That is 12 ancestors. That would extend the process of this playtest by a bit. I might just drop it with like 6 to start, which would mean I would have to make the Cling, I think the Jirikiri, which I could just do in like a night. I could just hammer out 2 of them. Padme from school, right? The Gongan, shut up. The Grog. Oh yeah, this one was just like straight up I made Romeo and Juliet. I will say, designing the ancestor species was so much fun. Cause like, these are just like, the Strovadelum are just like Victorian Regency era aristocrats, but as fish people. And like, the Westwim are just like your standard like flying harpies, but they're like bandits. Basically, they're they're almost mobsters. They're like kind of like gangers. The Thysatrix are vaguely elf coded. The Grogan are vaguely dwarf coded. I think that's it. I don't think I got to the Cling yet. Did I? Nope. So I just made Romeo and Juliet. I just remade Romeo and Juliet. There's multiple different factions. There's high level political stuff going on in this marsh, in this swamp area. Now let's just ball with these. There'll be plenty of, honestly, like just the 4 might be enough. Cause like these are less so, oh, you can have an entire adventure built around this. And more so like this will take like a session, maybe 2. The whole point of like Jody Hawk's Brood is this is like an encounter you can run into that will probably take a full session, maybe 2. It gives you some stats on like if you want to fight her, or if you want to tire her out, or if you want to negotiate passage with her. Like, it works. Hey, Demon. This is a TTRPG I'm working on. How will this affect the trout population? So the trout population had 2 two trouts from opposite sides of the stream fall in love with each other. I can probably just do conflict for half the factions. Well, okay, so these aren't conflict between two factions. This is a Westwim conflict that basically only deals with Westwim. This is about Westwim. This is related to the Westwim. This is in a Westwim territory. Just like the Thissatrix is all about other Thissatrix. It is Thissatrix dealing with Thissatrix. So I did like a whodunit, but instead of murder, it's someone stole something. So you're trying to figure out who stole the item. Here is like political lobbying, where the Grogan are in conflict about like who's going to be the next successor to this family. So yeah, I mean, like I could just drop these four, but like these four, like that would effectively be, I drop 12 biomes, I drop 4 example conflicts in the playtest. And that would be enough that if you are in a village and they're like, hey, go over to this other village. If you go through the mountains, you do the Westwomen conflict. If you go through the marsh, you go through the Strovodellum conflict. You might ignore it, you might not. And then, criminy. I forgot. I was going to go through every single one of these biomes. So all 12 of them. And I was going to do... Nope. Weather obstacles. Creature obstacles. And I was going to make X, 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 X. I was going to do this for every single biome. So that might be something that we wrap up stream with, just running through and being like, hey, what might happen in the Phalangifeld? What's a weather obstacle that might happen in the Phalangifeld? Alternatively, I might make it all plains have the same weather obstacles and all biomes have different creature obstacles. Because the way exploration works is at the start of every time slot, you roll 2d6. The same player cannot roll again until every player has rolled, and then they consult the troop's pace. If you are passive time slots, so you're resting, you're sheltering, it's always considered cautious. So confident is 6 to 8 is uneventful. A 5 or lower is a weather event. A 9 or higher is a creature event. If it's cautious, it's 5 to 9 is uneventful. And then if it's careless, only a 7 is uneventful. So the idea being is that the more careful you are, the easier it is to avoid obstacles, whether it's inclement weather or it is creatures like attacking you. So that's something I want to add for each biome, which will take, I mean, not a lot of time, but like, at the very least, I should probably should go down and add this to all of the... Like I should add this to the mall. No. Yay. No. It's not... Why is it not working? Excellent arrow noise. It's noises of distress. You wrote so much in law text, I forget where it exists. I do think that the different biomes should have different weather obstacles. Well, so I was going to have the weather obstacles be tied to either the biomes or the regions. The biome of the maw is a subterranean biome. I could have it be every subterranean region. So not just the maw, but also if you're in underground gem caverns, and also if you're in dug out like creature dens in a giant like mole den. Like all of those are subterranean biomes. All of those subterranean biomes could have the exact same weather effects. So it's always related to like cave-ins and increases in dirt or whatever. That said, we could also do every single biome has its own weather obstacles. So even if there is an underground gem cavern, that would have different weather obstacles than the maw, right? What if instead of weather, they were general environmental effects? So if you're in a crystal cave, you could have like resonance. I mean, that's the exact sort of thing I would do for weather in a crystal cave. So maybe like weather obstacles isn't the proper term, but like that's just like the term that I used for it. So what if will this work? Yawn. No! It hates me. Why does it hate me? I did it. I'm magic. I did it. Look at me. You could format it as a table and paste it. I mean, I could do it as a table. I've been doing columns. Like, I'm gonna have to go through and reformat this entire book, which is going to suck. After making distortions for Kane, I learned how much formatting books sucks. And if I could just offload that to someone else, I would love to. Unironically, like, I have people who I have considered just being like, hey, Svel, do you want to work on a TTRPG in a very like last minute way? Or like, hey, Sel, I know you're into graphic design, and just like have them handle it for me. I think that would be so convenient. Please do not forget, in this desert, Potemkin, emotional support Potemkin, please acknowledge. Return to where you were. Era has my formatting servants. I would love to have... I'm not going to finish that sentence. I feel like that would be taken out of context. When is anything being taken out of context stopped me before? I'd love to have formatting servants. It would make my life so much easier. Although a formatting servant is just an editor. So I, in an odd way, as a freelance editor, am a formatting servant. I am the very thing I desire in life. And if that doesn't say something about society, I don't know what does. Arrow's carbon-based? You know it. Drop the carbon, though. Just based. The Badlands. We're here. I already set it up. I was excited last night. I was working on this last night when I should have been editing. Don't at me. The Badlands. Every stretch of Badlands was formerly another biome. Over prolonged exposure to the rift, ether overtook the natural causeways and broke down the ecosystem. Flora withered and fauna fled, leading to a barren waste with only the hardiest vestiges of life to be found. What few sentients roam the Badlands do so obstinately or unwilling, often both. There are few natural resources, yet an abundance of threats, meaning even natives struggle to subsist. Yet even in the most remote parts of the world, life continues despite itself. So, we're not going to worry about this yet. Okay. Should be in the domain of angels? When are we getting to the good lands? The good lands are all of the previous ones. Arrow's a specialized formatting servant. I don't know if I want to go down that road. I'm already something of a servant of the people. Servant-based leadership is pretty based. I am the formatting servant. Good job, carbon-based life form. So like general weather events for subterranean is a cave-in, and a weather event specific to the maw is just an acid. I feel like at that point, I don't need to do the regions as well. The regions are classifications of... I just read the .doc comment. Oh my gosh. Regions are stuff like Badlands, is stuff like subterranean, is stuff like volcanic. That is all classifications of multiple biomes. That has a gameplay mechanic in that if you are a native of a region, you get bonuses to traveling in it and also to resting in it. So I don't think we need to add obstacles to the regions. They already have the mechanical impact. The biomes, I want there to be more mechanics than just flavor, right? I want there to be weather obstacles. I want there to be wildlife obstacles. So if you don't know, the Badlands, when you're here, your family, wait, that doesn't sound right. So with biomes, what we do here, we go through and we make 3 creatures, 3 plants. Plants and creatures and minerals and rocks and natural landscapes and sentience and humanoids and all this stuff, it's all the same. We have creatures that are microscopic, like eusocial colonies that come together to make giant cat slimes. We have rust monsters, which are effectively a small eel or slug-like creature that uses magnetic pull to form a rust mech suit around itself and locomote like a giant snake. We have little tiny slug things. A lot of things are like slug-like in this world, which, I don't know. Little small creatures that spit up minerals that create these giant, intricate mosaics that function as their homes on the coastline. We go crazy, we go stupid. What we do, come up with a name, we come up with a plural, like a murder of crows or a parliament of owls. So like a den of Ursurnics. We come up with a brief physical description and like what they do, so like a summary of what they are. Then we come up with 3 uses for them that sentient species have for them, and 3 superstitions that sentient species have for them. So for instance, the only good meat is in the head and legs, but it is extremely tender and best served rare. The wings are used as screens and as the base for artistic tapestries. The larva's nectar is a sweet, addictive juice that provides a mild buzz on consumption. The superstitions about them are wearing an Ursurnyx crested helmet will always grant favorable winds. Using a dead Ursurnyx's heat vents as a catalyst can replace the need for pure ether and alchemy. A creature was once raised by them before returning to society stronger than anyone else. They also vomit ash. Don't worry about that. They're like a pelican. We have jetpack wasp bears. Yeah, they're also a bit of pelican in there. Living ferrofluid, that's cool, but also so far you've described nothing but goops. I have described nothing but goops. This is a jetpack wasp bear that I just described. We have giant, like, worm sheep that fly in the air like blimps. We have shard beetles, which are just bugs. These are little obsidian-crested bugs that en masse will leap off of flying islands like lemmings. We have... Oh, right, this is like a giant moth creature in a desert of frozen or melting snow. And it uses its single coiled leg like Tigger from Winnie the Pooh to jump in the air and then suspend itself by flapping. We have... Oh, we have the giant freaking, like, the whales. The whale boats. The ones that are, like, living ships that, like, you can get in the back of. And they have recessed backs that is filled with, like, sweat and oil that acts as a natural sunscreen. We have Power Rangers Morphin Mech Fungi, yeah? Hey, Tokuidamaru. Oh my gosh, the tick sand, I forgot. It's these pits in the ground of, like, sand grain sized ticks that consume heat. And so when you're walking, you might fall into it like quicksand, and then ticks will start running up your leg and start absorbing all the heat in your body. Creepy. We have the plow. which are little like porcupine things. Little porcupine things. They have like quills that can fire out. They're very social. They're like sea otters, like holding hands. We have the Triska, which is basically like praying mantises that use spinnerets and like silk from their wrists to cut up and move around ice sheets and form them into like little walls and burrows and traps. And if they have clear enough ice, they will be able to literally look as if there's multiple of them because it's reflective. We have, oh my gosh, the Forful. These are tripedal, like War of the Worlds style, like tetrapods. They have this like fleshy interior body with 3 really long legs. And they have this frill of what looks like tails coming out their top and 3 mouths on their bottom. And these tails at the top are actually just blood vessels. They're actually just like sinew reaching out in the air, and they absorb heat. And then their mouths at the bottom, one of them produces superheated like fire, like heats up so much that it produces like fire to melt the ice that it walks along. One of them crushes up stones with really flat, strong teeth that are made of metal. And then one of them consumes this like weird oil that is produced by various creatures. The living drill, yeah. So we have more than just slugs, in case you were concerned that we had too many slugs. Although I do think the Badlands, it's going to be a slugless, snakeless place. We need limbs, we need edges, we need sharpness, we need teeth. Where are the world's monster beasts? Exactly. Here's a stupid question. How do you fight these things with Stone Age tech? Good question. How did we, historically, as Homo sapiens and Homo sapiens sapiens, fight woolly mammoths? Spears, rocks, numbers, and tactics. And oftentimes, very lethal for us. But that's also the point. Like, if you in this game are sent into the... Please tell me I didn't leave the name Detroit, Michigan. What is the Arctic? Oh, right. The Juruk Ild. Wait, no. This is the desert. Is it still Detroit, Michigan? The Yalper de Trois. right. The Yalper de Trois. De Trois, Michigan, of course. If you're sent into the Yalper de Trois and you're supposed to go kill a Forful, you might die. And I think that's a very realistic risk you have to deal with. Oh, criminy. I should get it. Frick. Beans. I need to give each of these creatures health, morale, stamina. Gadzooks. The ill-fated strumpet that is my creativity and attention fails me once more. I have 11 biomes and each one has 6 things, so that's 66 before we even hit the Badlands. Boo! Okay. They need stats. What these stats are. Have I ever written anything in the future? I have released a sci-fi TTRPG, yeah, called Synthop. It's over on my itch. 66? No, 11 times 6. There's 12 biomes, not included, or there are 12 biomes including the Badlands. We on stream have made 5 of them and are about to make the 6th. I made 6 before that. Also, since kind of Tribes TTRPG, dying isn't exactly as bad. Yeah, this is a game where you play your entire species. You don't play... I mean, you do play an individual, but the point is not like, oh, I have one character that I'm going to take to level 20. It's I'm playing a species where you manifest and play an avatar of one of them. Can we have snails for the Badlands? We can have snails. So the way this works there are 3 types of trees. And so tree is a clock, is a talisman to use cane terms. Active trees are ones you have to make progress towards. I am rolling to reduce this thing's health. I get 1 success. I increment it by 1. It might have this is a rust room, like 6 health. Its morale is by like a passive tree. By doing other stuff, this will increment. It has a trigger. It's just not I roll for it directly. I kill another rust room. That decreases its morale. How much does the rust room care that its fellow rust rooms are being killed? Like, at what point does a circuit fall apart and they all flee? Stamina is a countdown. Every time you take an action, its stamina goes down. This is basically a limit on how long the fight will last. This will generally be like 8, 10. A high number in comparison to the others. Because if I make a check against the restroom, it like I might not deal damage to it, because maybe the restrooms, which are like myceliae that have iron and rust as like a pilot, as like a mech suit, maybe it gets tired really quickly and it's really hard to kill, and it really doesn't care about other things dying. So the way to take out a restroom is to tire it out. You have to survive for 6 actions. We do not have nearly enough beetle. I can make a giant beetle snail in the Badlands. A radical idea: extreme symbiosis should define the Badlands. Everything living here is doing so despite the very land. Yeah, I can rock that. Yeah, decimate is, I thought decimate was reduced to 1/10. Do we have any cats? We do have a cat. We have the aclinid. We have... Please hold. We have in the maw, we have Slime Kitty. Say hi to Slime Kitty. It is a series of like amoeba that come together to form masses 2 to 3 meters in diameter. They hide on the ceiling and walls, pouncing upon prey. They sleep in floating acid pools, making a purring noise, and they're intelligent enough to recognize individuals and avoid prey that it can't force into pools. We also have Arrow's roommate's black cat. We do have my roommate's black cat, who... So our dishwasher broke, so we were waiting on our landlord to come fix it. Landlord comes over, checks it out, is like, I have no idea how to fix this, let me call a specialist. Surprisingly, within a couple days, got them over here, got it fixed, our dishwasher's fixed again. I was the only one home, so I had to take my roommate's black cat in my room. And I have her in my room. I'm like at my desk. I'm here. She is just like, I bring her water in here. So like she's in here, right? We have a bathroom from my room. And so I'm on my computer, I'm editing, and I hear the door open. I go, what? And I turn around and I look. And occasionally when she's been in my room before, she'll go in the bathroom and she'll like start sniffing the toilet. And I'm like, nope, you do not get to go in the toilet. I think that she just like is curious and wants to explore. She goes in the bathroom. I open the door. She's in my bathtub. She's just chilling in my bathtub and like looks up at me and goes, meow. And then leaves the bathtub and walks out the door. And I'm like, okay, girl, what? And then she does that 2 more times. And then I took a picture and I texted it to my roommate, whose cat this is. And I'm like, wasn't my fault, wasn't me. And then she's like, oh, that probably means she's thirsty. And I'm like, really? And then I go and check her water, and her water was mostly empty. So I got her some water, immediately starts slurping. So apparently, if your cat goes in the bathtub, that might be a sign that they're thirsty. She's a clean girl. I don't know. She smells bad sometimes. She's so silly. She's so silly. No, it's reduced by 10%? Oh. Oh, I thought it was reduced to 10%. Slime kitty is what they called you in high school. I'm going to say no to that one, Chief. I could see that being something that they called you in uni, depending on how nasty you were. But I don't think that's a name they'd call you in high school. She smells bad sometimes. I don't know about y'all. I chronically shower. Like, unironically, I get clowned on it by one of my roommates because they're just like, why do you shower? And I'm like, because I feel disgusting if I don't. Why don't you shower every day, you heathen? Maybe for creature types, there can be pretty basic stat line, like per creature type, and then tweak each individual. So basically what I'm going for is... Meow. 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 Pop. So what I'm going for is the standard stat block, which you can see in the what's it called? You can see in the conflicts that I set up. Meow. Meow. So like the standard stat block for a giant enemy spider is a joint tree of health, morale, energy, and then anything else that might be relevant. So health, killing it. I reduce it to 0 health, it's dead. Morale, killing its friends, scaring it, intimidating it. That's morale. Energy, how many rounds of combat it can last before it just gets exhausted and collapses. And then for something like this, where it's tied to a larger plot, there is a separate non-combat option you can do with them. Similarly here, health, it's lower. Morale is lower. Instead of stamina, it's going into withdrawal from a substance that it's addicted to. And then you can try to convince it to betray the other one. So it's all something where, I suppose betray would be a separate joint tree, maybe. But the idea being is that it's, I want it to be, whenever you encounter an animal, it doesn't have to be that you just kill it. It can be that you just tire it out. It can be that you scare it off. And I think those are all the generic options. The health, morale, energy, active, passive countdown is the generic option for most creatures. For other species, like Jody Hawk is a Westwind, is one of the ancestor species, is a sapient individual you can talk to. She has all these. If one of my cats can't see the other one, they'll loudly meow for the other one. Can you tame them? Depends on the creature. Like Jody Hawk's brood, Jody Hawk, and like Monty Hawk, these are sapient individuals. No, you cannot tame them. A rust room? Maybe. Maybe. I do have rules for... Oh, I have the thing up there. I have a thing for taming. I was actually working on this before stream. I was going through this and I was double checking it. I was kind of cleaning it up a little bit. And like, you can tame creatures. You can like get pets. I certainly don't think that it would be wise to attempt to train a Forful, the giant living drills, but Judy Hawks? No, it's Jody Hawk. You silly. I have a thing for taming. Listen, do I need to show you the frickin'... Do I need to tap the sign again? Where is it? Where is it? It is impossible to train sapient creatures and they are never wild, acclimated, or domesticated. That is not a topic this TTRPG is oriented around. We're not doing pet play. We're not doing indentured servitude. I'm just saying that straight up. In your game, I can't tell you what to do. But I'm not going to write rules for you. That's going to be a homebrew exclusive. I need to tap the sign again. I need to get the spray bottle. If I spray you with a spray bottle, I think at least one of you would moan. That is my issue. My issue is that if I talk down to you, you like blush. And if I like smack you, you ask me to do it again, but harder. And if I hit you with the spray bottle, you start like tapping your fingers together. I can't reprimand you effectively. impossible to train sapient creatures, then how the F can we pass on skills then? You know you're being difficult for the sake of being difficult. You know what this means. You know what I intend by this. Is this how the original D&D authors felt about kinks and cantrips? Probably not, because like Gary Gygax, I doubt. I mean, I think Gary Gygax died before Kinks and Cantrips came out. No pet play, no indentured servitude. I can't do anything in this house. Listen, if you want to do that in your game, by all means. If you want to like make a homebrew supplement all about that stuff based off of these rules, and you incorporate that into like you release out an itch, I'll probably shoot you a follow for that. Cause like, hey, I want to support more devs, but that's not what this is about. Isn't training children like part of the definition of sapient? Train sapient creatures as pets. Does that make you feel better? Does that assuage your fears that I might be misrepresenting sapience? Honestly, I never realized how messed up the internet can be when I caught the live of VTuber for the first time and they were clicker training their audience. Oh, is that the green-haired trans femme? I've seen her on Twitter, and like she got really popular just clicker training her audience. And I keep like I think I follow her where like on Twitter, where like I'll just see in like my lives off on the right just like clicker training my audience, and I don't think I've clicked on a single one of her streams, and like bully for her, like, hey, good job if that's what you're doing. That's not my speed. I'm sorry. Belief about your species nobody understands. The player. Totally. Oh my gosh. Of course you follow her. Listen, she's a trans VTuber that gives like good takes. What can I say? Arrow, whatever you do, don't get a clicker. I could add that to my soundboard. And I was in a Discord call one time, and someone had on their soundboard a clicker or some clicking noise, and they played it. And at least one of the trans fams in the Discord call with me immediately like perked up and like notably like responded. And I was just like, oh, because I don't even think this was like a thing planned between the two of them. I think this was something where like one of them did it as a joke, and then it was like kind of not a joke for someone else. Also, unfortunately, the Scorpion did not make it into Kill 6 Billion Demons. No! Sunbloom, your debut has been pushed off. I thought Tom Bloom was going to exploit his child for free art. Clicker training my audience using a Geiger counter. I do that. Like, I just give you the most like radioactive, like wasteful takes, and then I'd have a Geiger counter, and then you'd be like, oh, this is good stuff, right? And then I'd say like, all right, kids, let's go over to Elephant Foot Friday. Plays grinder ping. Okay. I don't know what the grinder ping sounds like. I could recognize it if it was played, because it's one of those things that I don't think I've ever heard it in real life. I've only heard it from like memes, and the idea of like people posting like, hey, my husband has this like funny like ping that goes off on his apps on his phone sometimes. Can anyone place this? And then they like and then it's pointed out to them like, I'm so sorry. You went on Grindr once and it was all cops? Wow. No, not Foot Friday, Elephant Foot. Do you not know what the Elephant Foot is? Elephant Foot. Elephant Foot Friday! Woo! Oh wait, it was plutonium jazz. Yeah, so this is like a massive spill of radioactive waste like underneath Chernobyl, and it's so radioactive that to like just be near it would kill you and like melt off your skin. Speaking of Geiger counters, I think the Badlands should be a place of horror where historic deeds are remembered and noble dead are buried. So that's what I have to ask, right? This Badlands, back onto the topic of the stream. Thank you for getting us back on track. You know me. Everyone here knows that if I'm not like corralled, I will just go off in every which direction, which I think you like. I've gathered that people like. What is this biome? This biome is Noble Dead. Arrow edging demon core art win. Not that, just the screwdriver experiment. I feel like if I had the demon core, I would not play with it with a screwdriver. I would throw it at someone. My first thought with the demon core is not, oh, I'm gonna prop it open with a screwdriver. It's, I'm gonna use it as like a fastball special. Extreme symbiosis and high biodiversity, but low biomass. I'm a bad influence and tend to accidentally be the cause of some of those massive tangents. Listen, you could say like, oh man, the sun sure is bright today. And I'd be like, you want to know what my beef with the sun is? And then I just go off on like an hour-long tangent. Be the change you want to be in the world. Make art of Arrow tickling the dragon's tail. Is that a euphemism? Demon Core is way too big to throw. No, you don't get it. I can do like a lot of push-ups. Listen. Back in middle school, I threw shot put. I think I know what I'm doing. I still vote for biblically accurate angel multi-wing abomination. We can work with this. What do you feel about this? Multi-winged angel abomination. It is it's symbiotic with a moss that forms like a cape off of its back, and weird little bird things that like perch on its shoulders and like pick at it. It is a euphemism for sticking a screwdriver in a neutron reactor. What? Because the last guy to do it, IRL, died horribly. Yeah, so the guy with the demon core, like the guy with the cowboy hat, stuck the screwdriver in it. Yes, I know that. Where the Badlands is semi-sentient, like the symbiosis is so ingrained that the biome is effectively behaves as one gestalt superorganism. We did that already. We did that with the subterranean, is my issue. The subterranean, it's a massive creature buried beneath the ground. Its many mouths open like caves, and its interior is like a cave network, if hot, more humid, and the ether that runs through its, the walls provides a faint but consistent source of light, with acid pools in its low steps. So I wouldn't want to just do that again. What if Demon Core flail? Maybe. Can we have a snail that's brightly colored, kind of like when they get infected with the parasite, they eat. So they eat ether and expel stuff. What I'm thinking is less that the biome is one superorganism and more that teamwork is... No, I'm with you on that. Like those birds with the water buffaloes? Yeah, basically. What if instead of a multi-winged angel abomination, we make it like an angelic buffalo? Mr. Krabs, I had an idea. Moss grows on the dead. Multi-winged angel abomination. MAA for short. That's what its friends call it. Has no skin. It just bleeds everywhere. Covers itself in moss and the discarded shells of super snail. So like it's skinless and it bleeds constantly and leaves this trail of blood, which something likes the blood. And so it goes around and it drapes itself in this moss that it grows off of the dead and covers itself in the discarded shells of super snails. Blood, body horror? I don't know, bro. Like, something follows the blood. And I think we make it a circle. I think that we make this one big biosphere circle. So it starts with the moss on the dead. The multi-winged angel picks that up and wraps itself in that. It also picks up the shells of snail water buffalo snails. I like the idea of the birds, weird birds, follow the blood and lap it up. So we have our three animals, the MAA, the snail buffalo, and the birds. We have one plant, which is the moss. And I think we have two more plants. And I think neither of them is plentiful. I don't think we get grass. I don't think we get trees. I don't think we get flowers. I'm thinking... like a root, like roots that act like vines. Does that sound crazy? Roots that act like vines and crawl around all creepy like. And then I think the roots that act like vines and crawl around all creepy like. I think the birds nest in the shells. Actually, what if we just do a 2, 2, and 2? Instead of trying to like put everything together, we go moss grows on the dead, multi-winged angel abomination, has no skin, it just bleeds everywhere, covers itself up in moss. Snail water buffalo. House weird vampiric bird things in its shell. Covers itself in moss. Weird bird things drink its blood. Roots act like vines and crawl around or creepy like. Strangling creatures, but cut off by birds. Strangling buffalo, but cut off by birds. And then plant. Tubers of some sort? Running mushrooms? Yeah, this is the Badlands. If it uses blood to attract prey, what prey would it have? Maybe the snail water buffalo are attracted to blood. Because I like the idea of the vampire birds. I like it. Okay. What if everything here is symbiotic, but also hates each other? Like everything is trying to kill each other, but also it's all symbiotic. So it's this weird, like, they all need each other to live, but they also all rely upon one another dying. A woody strip of flowers with a lot of fragrance and very bright flowers. Vampire birds, more realistic than one might assume. The toxic Yuri biome. Listen, we had the toxic out, like we already decided. I think it was Yuri was the Arctic, Yowie was the desert. That's what we decided on. Yeah, the snail drinks the blood trail of the snail water buffalo. This reminds me of Fossilized Violence TTRPG. So I think what we do, we start multi-winged angel abomination. What is this thing's actual name? And let's actually describe it. So, I think this is not humanoid. Nothing I've been avoiding anything being humanoid intentionally so. I think it would be creepy if it was humanoid. I think it's more so ephemeral. I think it's gaseous. but I like the idea that it is just like skinless. Or maybe it just has like really thin skin that abrades super easily. Screamer, singer, unspeakable name, centipede, kills by kickboxing. What's the vibe of this biome? This is the Badlands. This is a former biome that has been completely eradicated by the rift, by magic, by ether, and now it is effectively a hellscape. Now it is effectively the most intense, difficult to manage environment to live in. Smell makes something of the blood. Mimics a, well, so there are no humanoids in this setting. So why would it mimic a humanoid? Right? The sentients in this world, the sapients in this world, look like snake people, look like mammoths, look like oversized crabs. Like, the sapient individuals here don't have any rhyme or reason. This is not a world that you could get by as a B movie or like a B-list Star Trek episode where you're just a guy in a suit. This is explicitly like Guillermo del Toro would have to go crazy with the monster effects, right? That's what we're feeling for the average sapient here. So if it was to mimic them, how would it mimic them? Maybe it grows wings constantly, but those get what if the so it's in a constant cycle of destruction. A featherless biped with no discernible head structure. The moss drops seeds. I like that. The moss which grows on corpses, it like wreathes itself in. It then gets dropped by seeds as it travels into the blood of this thing that it's constantly seeping. Monty grows legs to walk while the back ones rot away. How big is this? Is this like person size, like like modern day human size, or is this huge? Is this like a meter tall? Because my first thought is like 2 meters tall. I think a lot of the creatures I made are in that like, are they're either like 40 centimeters tall or they're like 2 meters tall. Not a lot of them are like 3 meters plus, and not a lot of them are in that kind of like 1-ish meter, 3-ish meter, at least 7 foot. I like the idea of a huge variety of size. Shedding the featherless bony wings and growing new ones. Constantly sheds feathers. Yeah, feathers great for fletching. Big horse size. So what if we do ranging in a variety of sizes dependent on its chosen prey. Its form is uniquely quite malleable. With thin skin and fragile bones that are prone to tearing at mild stress. Thin skin and fragile bones that are prone to tearing at mild stress, entirely held together by the ether suffusing its environment. Ranging a variety of sizes depending on its chosen prey. Its form is uniquely quite malleable. Thin skin and fragile bones that are prone to tearing at mild stress, entirely held together by ethers fusing its environment. As its skin tears, covers itself in moss, to cover patches of torn skin. Covers itself in moss to cover patches of torn skin. Ambiently drawing ether from such a coat and enhancing its regeneration. If it has bad bones and skin, what do we think it used to kill? It used to kill its prey. Pure magic, some kind of scream. I like a scream. I love sonic attacks. Is the mild stress a mechanic or I think it's a narrative term. Like stress is not a mechanical thing in the system. I like the idea of a scream. Covers itself in moss to cover patches of torn skin, ambiently drawing ether from such a coat. I'm not liking this. I like the idea that we have. I'm not liking the execution of this thus far. So I think we commit. I think we go 2 meters in height and completely reliant upon the rift for reproduct. 2 meters in height and without any known juveniles seen. A holdover from the previous biome before the rift overtook it. Held together entirely by ether with skin that readily tears and bones that and infirm bones with skin that readily tears and infirm bones, able to shift its form. Incredible regeneration I like the idea of it's constantly breaking itself and physically shifting its bones and then looking like something different. Right? So it's the idea of its leg, it breaks, it shifts its leg, and that leg becomes a wing, and then it heals itself with its great regeneration, and now it's a wing. What if the feathers are how it sees? Maybe the feathers have eye patterns? I don't think just the creature that sees it dies. I think that's a little bit much. 2 meters in height without any known juveniles seen, a holdover from the previous biome before the rift over. On the I think what we do. Nearly extinct. Held together entirely by ether, skin that readily tears and infirm bones, incredible regeneration. Upon injury, will physically move broken limbs into a different configuration, so they might heal into a different function. Heal to perform a different function, be it an arm or leg or wing. No visible head, though a distinct torso covered in feathers. Eye spots. Plumage on the front resembles eyes. Plumage on the front has eye spots and what's it called when like a peacock, like wah, or like when an owl goes whoo, you know what I'm getting at? Like when they shoot out their feathers to like look bigger. Plumage on the front has eye spots. I mean, do we want eye spots on the feathers, or like plumage on the front has the appearance of eyes? Because we could do like each individual feather has an eye spot on it, or it could be each individual feather is colored in such a way that kind of pixel arts a face. Ruffled? Puffing? If there's a very dull psychic effect of the scream that messes with vision. This there wasn't as much of a weird creature has hooves but doesn't have legs. Maybe the creature's just floating above its hooves kind of deal. No, that's a fair point. I think this is exactly the sort of thing that we do that. I don't think for this one. I think we do that for the water buffalo. And I think that this is the perfect environment to do that because this is like the weirdest stuff is going to be in the Badlands. The word is threat display. Plumage on the front mimics eye spots in coloration. Particularly when flared in a threat display. Multiple mouths along its torso, underneath, along its torso, hidden by feathers. Multiple mouths along its torso, hidden by feathers. So I think it's that, okay. Plumage on the front. No visible head, though distinct torso, though a torso covered in feathers with mouths hidden beneath them. Plumage on the front mimics eye spots and coloration, particularly when flared in a threat display and coupled with a multi-mouthed disorienting scream. 2 meters in height without any known juvenile seen, a holdover of the previous biome before the rook overtook it, nearly extinct, unable to reproduce. Right. Is it weird for me to want to suggest that it has no use besides killing it to get rid of the Badlands? I mean, honestly, I think it does have uses, right? I love threat space. I love cobras. Hey, Alza. Maybe eye spots that make other creatures freeze in place. That could be interesting, and we do have like fire breathing, like living drills. But when the mouths open, it's a bunch of leech mouths. Ooh, I hate that. Leech mouth. Ah, oh, I hate that. Buyer beware. Like, it's just a bunch of these. What's the term for this mouth? Yeah, leech lamprey. I love that. Okay. Is it just like a lamprey mouth? That's awful. I hate that. I need to include it. Like, and that's my guiding principle when it comes to creature design. Ugh, I hate that. How can I include that? And that's really like what makes monsters, right? What makes monsters is looking at it and feeling a visceral sense of revulsion, fear, pity, like fight or flight, like whatever it might end up being. You need to have that like initially, covered with lamprey mouth, like a jawless mouth. What did I just say? Jawless funnel-like circular sucking disc with concentric of sharp-horned teeth. Toothed funnel-like mouths hidden beneath them. Okay. What about an 8-winged butterfly? Interesting. Eyes on wings on wheels. Nah, maws and wings on bones. Funnel like oral sucking disc with keratinized teeth. That's what they called me back in college. I hope they didn't. So, uses. I think you don't eat this. I think its flesh sucks to eat. Incredible with and infirm bones, wears, drapes itself in moss as a cloak to cover wounds. Dumb question. I think I might have asked this before. Why would anyone ever go to this place? Good question. Continuing on. I was stuck with divine inspiration and had to draw the thing. Art posted in original works. I am horrified. This makes me think of a Modron. I don't know if that was intentional, but like the little dot with the eye, like I rock it. I don't know if it's bipedal though. Does it float? I think it floats. I rock this. Although I think that we might have to, or it has limbs. How else would it break the limbs? So like, does it have wings? Does it have legs? Does it have arms? I don't know. Good question. It just kind of breaks them apart and heals. Extendo mouth would be cursed. Okay, well, what's more cursed? What's more cursed? I'm gonna put this in the corner. What's more cursed? Would it be a single creature that has a mouth? It goes like that, with its tongue going out like that? Or a single creature that has mouths like this, like this, like this, and just all over its body is many different mouths. I think these are equally cursed, but in different directions. Cookie cutters are pretty messed up, yeah. Modrons of the Stone Age. Maybe it's a proboscis. I have a lot of creatures with proboscis. I want to skip a proboscis right now. I vote many mouth. I think whenever it wants to eat, it grows a mouth on that. I think so, yeah. I think it breaks like shards of bone into like teeth as jagged bone fragments. Be it an arm or leg or wing or teeth. Into a different configuration so they might heal to perform a different function, be it an arm or leg or wing or teeth. No visible head, though torso covered in feathers with mouth-like funnels hidden up beneath them. Plumage on the front mimics eye spots and coloration, particularly when flared in a threat display and coupled with threat display, coupled with a multi-mouth disorienting scream. Is this thing a predator? Is this a carnivore? Or does this just kind of want to be left alone? I don't think this thing's a predator. I don't think this thing is trying to kill you. I think it's just trying to survive, and I think it's struggling, and it's failing, and I think that it's nearly extinct. I mean, you say it's definitely a carnivore, but like, if you say, oh, 100% it's definitely this, you're not, like, that means that it's a failure. Because the point of this game is that it should be weird and wacky. The thing you think is a carnivore is not a carnivore. The thing you think is an herbivore is not an herbivore. The thing you think is an omnivore is probably an omnivore, but maybe it's an omnivore filling a different ecological niche than you expected. Smiles. She think on my thing to like carnivore. It will kill you if you buy. Oh, no. I didn't say that. I didn't say it wouldn't kill you. Do we even think it eats? I don't know. Maybe it just kind of like photosynthesizes. Maybe it just ambiently absorbs ether. Held together entirely by ether with skin that readily tears and with fragile skin and infirm bones. Drapes itself in moss as a cloak to cover wounds. Yeah, I think it just wanders and kills stuff. I don't think it even eats them. I think up to 2 meters in height. Held together entirely by ether with fragile skin and infirm bones. Seemingly migratory, killing those that provoke it, but without. Seemingly migratory, killing those that provoke it, but without a need to hunt. Yeah, migratory and territorial. We have a good one. If it's basically a slave to the moss and the moss uses it to keep safe. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking, maybe. Like, the moss keeps it alive? Yeah. Or the moss loves corpses. Maybe it just kills things for moss to consume them. I think what it does, I think that the answer that we have, it drapes itself in moss. The moss subsists off of its blood. It subsists off of some sort of byproduct that the moss makes. Whether it's like a secretion or a fruit or like seeds even. And like functionally, it is a perpetual energy machine. So long as the MAA stays in the Badlands, where there's so much ether, it will just survive. I think it will just survive in perpetuity by just chilling. But I think its instincts are to roam. I think its instincts are to walk around. That allows the moss to not only stay on this, but spread with its seeds. And I think it fights and kills stuff that it comes across. For instance, like the big shell buffaloes. Toxic Yuri symbiote. Not Toxic Yuri. It doesn't have to be Yuri. It can be Yowie. It can be Het. It doesn't have to be that. Oh, I went to the library the other day. And I finally got my library like address confirmed. So I can like check out like 100 books at a time. I went with my friend the other week and I found multiple things. And I could only check out one of them. So I checked out a new series. I started reading it. I've been reading it on and off. It's manga. It's called Imaginary. I've talked about it a little bit on stream. And now I am on volume 3 of Imaginary. And I picked up I'm a Terminal Cancer Patient, which is apparently an autobiography by another mangaka who like actually was a literal, like is a terminal cancer patient and like was like writing their experience and portraying their experience, which that sounded interesting. The other thing I got was Black Paradox by Junji Ito. I know nothing about it. All I know is like, I was like, I wonder if they have anything by Junji Ito. And then I went over and then I saw this and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but sure. It's not Izumaki? Is it Izumaki? Is like the really famous one, the spiral one? Like it's not that collection. It's separate. So yeah, I'd be down to check it out. So I'm gonna read that. But I found this series. I'm not gonna say what the name is because it is apparently very NSFW. But it's Yuri. and it's based on a webcomic or like a webtoon. And it was a comic of it. And in looking with my friend, I like opened it up and I skimmed it. And immediately I saw on-page Yuri activities. And I was like, whoa. And that was one of the few that, like, when I was at the library, I ran into multiple like Yuri manga that I opened up and flipped to a random page and found 18 plus explicit activities. And that was very funny for the two of us when I was there with my friend. And naturally, I was like legitimately interested. I like, what is going on here? I need to know. I couldn't find it. I think someone else checked it out. I think someone else checked out the Yuri that I wanted to check out. So I couldn't get it, but I think I found it online. So I can just read it online. But I've been really enjoying, now that I've been making an active effort to go to my library. I tried this like a couple months ago and I read a book and I was like, that book's fine. I kept renewing it because I was like, I'm going to make a video on it. Maybe, I don't know. You can just like read manga and like get through an entire volume, like one chapter a day over the course of like a week. Super convenient for me. I then go back to the library a week later, turn it in, get the next volume. For Imaginary, I think that they only have the first 3 volumes, so I'd have to like find elsewhere to continue reading it, but I can grab other stuff. And like, I last year started reading manga after like going my entire life really not having read any manga outside of like a little bit when I was much younger. Like I read like a little bit of Naruto from like the school library and JoJo's Part 6 before the anime came out. So I've been enjoying being able to like hop into manga, which is a really weird thing to say. It's a really weird thing to get into because I think a lot of people are like, oh no, manga's so cringe. And I'm like, yeah, it is cringe, but like it's fun. It's something that I never really got into. So I'm enjoying that. And support your local library. Accidentally. Don't you accidentally me. Let's get back to this. Junji Ito, it's kind of dark and trippy though. I hope you're up for it from what I've seen. No, so I know Izumaki. I know, like I watched someone do a read through / record their journey of going through the like volume that was like all of the Izumaki stories. And so like I know of Junji Ito. I've seen like his most famous work in that way, where it's like someone else reading it, like talking about their experience and like giving a review of it kind of deal. I've never read Junji Ito myself, and I'm excited to read Black Paradox. It is the premise from what I read on the back of it, because I've been making an effort to like go to the library, grab something I've never heard about, not look up anything about it, and just like send it. This one I read the back because I was like, I have no idea what this is going to be about. It is about 4 people that want to take their own lives, and they meet up on a website that is about taking your own life, and then they meet up, and then it's Junji Ito nonsense. So like, what a premise. Like 4 people that enter into a pact to be like, yeah, we're all going to do this at the same time together. And then Junji Ito happens to them. When you mix the yaoi and yuri, you create a new forbidden infinite imaginary technique. Straight. I wonder if there's a niche yuri manga about the double life of a boy moding trans femme that masks IRL and gets super sus online. I feel like that's not a manga. I mean, that's probably like a manga thing, but I imagine that there's plenty of like, I think that's most Western stuff about trans femmes, no? Because trans femmes pretty consistently are like objectified in that way. This is my Junji Ito experience. I've referenced that in videos before. What is it? Did I have it under memes? Junji Ito, Junji Ito, Junji Ito, Junji Ito. No? Is it in other? Sorry, I'm looking through my image repository. Junji Ito, Junji Ito. Do I not have it? I have to have it. Here. Have yaoi hands in the meantime. Junji Ito, Junji Ito. junji. Ito junji. Ito. Huh. Don't know where this is my home. It was made for me. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. You're gonna go have a shower and let your headphones charge. Enjoy. Don't objectify people by calling them your home. That's not what we're going on about. As someone who's never interacted with yaoi, WTF stuff with yaoi hands. So yaoi hands is effectively yaoi hands is effectively just a representation of, I mean, yes, women tend to be attracted to hands, but it's more so that in the beginning, yaoi being so like fringe was pretty consistently by women getting into manga as mangaka that did not have a lot of experience and or editing and or oversight. So it was like basically like, you know how self-published works tend to suck? Not because all self-published authors are bad, but purely because when you don't have anyone to tell you like, hey, your proportions are all weird, like if you're not skilled at doing proportions, it'll end up looking like this. What? What am I looking at here? What? Sorry, I just looked up yaoi hands. I'm just grabbing every image I can find. Like, look at how large this hand is. Look at how massive these hands are in comparison to this person. Because I'll be the one doing the massage. And like, this is, from my understanding, it is entirely related to the fact that hands are hard to draw and there was a low barrier to entry in the beginning. I think yaoi hands are basically extinct in terms of like out of most yaoi. My understanding is that the quality has like shot up over the past like 20 years as it's become more popular and more accepted and also more profitable. The production quality is understandable for an amateur work. Yeah, exactly. Yaoi hands are basically the... Not really. She did not bounce boobily down the stairs. What if all the uses of the multi-winged angels are not related to killing but superstitions? Oh. What if the multi-winged angel had yaoi hands? I mean, that would be more demonic than divine, but I think it could work. Those are tentacles! I cast yaoi handstorm. I didn't do nothing. I just simply showed off some of the wonderful world of yaoi hands we got going here. Like, do you see some of this? So the multi-winged angel is yaoi, not Yuri. Can you have Yuri with yaoi hands? Hey, fledgling artist, I have advice for drawing hands. Most of you have two references right in front of you. Look at them. Oh, and that's part of why hands are so hard. Hands are like unironically really hard because in your vision, chances are you have two of them probably 90% of the time. Even if it's in your periphery, even if it's you're not something you're staring at explicitly, like you probably can see the backs of your hands in particular 90% of the time, maybe like 70% of the time. Like maybe you're looking at your palms sometimes, maybe your hands are out of view, maybe you only have one hand or zero hands. Like it's not always the case, but for most able-bodied individuals, you can see your hands in your vision probably 90% of the time. That means you are very good, much like faces, very, very good at detecting when something is wrong. And this is unironically something where taste develops faster than skill. And you just kind of got to accept that you're going to suck for a while and you're going to know that you suck and you're not going to be good enough to fix that. And that's true with editing, and that's true with writing, and that's true with photography, and that's true with like orating and rap and all of these other wonderful skills and guitar. But like drawing faces, drawing hands, those two I would say are more applicable to this than basically anything else. Where you have lived your entire life, presumably, seeing two hands almost all the time. And evolutionarily, one of the main things we developed was facial recognition, which is why we are so inclined to see faces where there are none. I just see circles like a 2000s webcomic. What's up with that? Brain knows how the hand looks like, doesn't make them any easier to draw. If, hypothetically, someone wanted to get into drawing that stuff, but wanted to balance respect with their interests, what would be the best idea? Don't say life drawing class. Don't say life drawing class. I mean, like my honest take on that is just go for it. And I again, taste before skill. Like, you will realize that it's not as good as you want before you start writing that. Like, my unironic, honest opinion of that circumstance would be start with that, and you can go one of two routes. You can go the private route, which is you write it for you. You can write the fanfic route, which is you write it for fanfic. Yes, it is stigmatized. No, it is not, like, shameful, right? So with the private route, that's like, I'm writing this for me. I'm going to make up my OCs, and I'm going to draw them kissing, and I'm going to write them doing stuff, and I'm going to, like, get into all that. Go hog wild. Go as deep as you want. Go as crazy as you want. Go as hard as you want. But ultimately, look back on it, reread it from the angle of, like, if I'm reading this for pleasure, if I'm reading this for pleasure, what's stopping my enjoyment? What is legitimately getting in the way of the story's climax, so to speak? Is it taking too long? Do I run into the floating head problem when there is no environment? And is it like the blonde moaned and then the brunette blah blah blah? Like, is it that kind of stuff? Like, what is getting in the way of the streamlined and frillless, just like connection with the story? For fanfic, that's something where take two or more characters that you like and write about them doing stuff that you like. And chances are, unless it is very fringe and unless it is very niche, you're going to have at least a few people that are going to see it and they're going to like it and they're going to express how they also really are into that and appreciate that. And they will probably be kinder than not, because if you write about, I don't know, tying people up about character X and character Y, where character X ties up character Y, if people who like tying people up and they also like the ship, character X and character Y, even if you're terrible, they're probably really going to like it and they're going to follow you and they're going to heart it and they're going to comment and all of that stuff. That's just kind of how fanfic works, right? Even if the quality isn't that good, the fact you are fulfilling that niche will often overcome any deficiencies in quality. That said, if you want to then expand outward, you will then need to work on it and like actually like edit your own stuff. Maybe get a beta reader who's like a friend that maybe is in the same fandom that is also into that sort of stuff. And like, how do you like start publishing that stuff? I have no clue. I assume that there's like publishing houses that specialize in that and you could hit them up. We are kind of in one of the worst spots to do that right now, as we might be getting better. I don't know. Already there was a huge amount of increase in publishing over the past like 15 years, self-publishing in particular. Then COVID hit, and there's a huge giant backlog of publishing houses, and then AI hit, where they are being flooded by AI slop. So publishing houses are kind of in the worst state they've ever been in right now, in my opinion. So that's something where like maybe you self-publish it by yourself. Maybe you start a blog and you post it for free. Maybe you have probably not a YouTube channel, but like another streaming service that allows that sort of content that you can like do readings of that or post it there. As someone who did, unironically, it is life drawing classes. There are probably some going on wherever you live. I mean, like, yeah, that's like the real answer is if you want to learn anatomy, you have to draw anatomy. That's what it is. Writing fanfic is cool and all the greats did it. I mean, like, Dante's Inferno. It is self-insert Bible fan fiction where Dante is the coolest guy and he gets to hang out with all of the other cool guys like Virgil, and also all of the people who he doesn't like and thinks are dumb and are stupid and should feel bad are in super hell and hell forever. And everyone who he likes is in not hell, or they're in the better parts of hell because they actually weren't that bad, even though they technically were sinners. And he's really cool, and his girlfriend is also like a divine emissary. Smiles. Like, that's Dante's Inferno. That's considered one of the greatest. I saw on Twitter, I think there's like 4 Eastern pieces of art, like 4 Eastern stories, like Journey to the West kind of deal, that are like the benchmark of Eastern literature. And like in Western literature, people were putting forward the 4, and it was Hamlet from Shakespeare, The Divine Comedy by Dante, Faust by Goethe, which is like, I disagree with, and then one more that I can't remember. It might have been Beowulf. If it wasn't Beowulf, it should have been Beowulf, because Beowulf has really inspired a lot of Western literature. Put one or more characters you like in a jar, take one or more characters you like, put them in a jar, close jar, shake violently. When are we finishing the Badlands? Oh, right! Yeah, we should get back to the Broken Angel. I appreciate that the culture of the stream, at least the world building streams, has definitely evolved into Arrow and their Wranglers. No amount of classics can ever top the average Terry Pratchett book for me. You can't. I want to read Terry Pratchett. I want to read about death. And maybe if I stop being a weeb, I can check out Terry Pratchett from the library. Because like they have Terry Pratchett. I just don't know where to start on Discworld. And I've heard mixed things about Discworld in terms of where you should start. Arrow wrangling. Arrow just cruelly breaking angels. Well, yeah, that's my thesis. That was an Evangelion reference. Man, Evangelion, right? Sorry, I'm done with that. You super could pick any book; it'll probably be fun. Now back to the Badlands. It's like a 15 sub series. Guards is good. I listened to Red from OSP read like the first half of Guards, so I know a bit about it. And actually, my sibling was reading Guards like years before that, and I had the opportunity to read it, and I didn't. But my sibling then told me about like Carrot, who is a human who was raised by dwarves and is very silly. I might fight Equal Rights interesting as an MB. Oh, is it about like feminism, gender equality? Start from literally the start of any subseries. I'm most interested in death. I've heard like Terry Pratchett's depiction of death is the most interesting, like out of all of them. What book is that? Discworld Death series. The Death series. Mort. Book 1, Mort. Book 1.5, Death and What Comes Next. Book 2, Reaper Man. Book 3, Soul Music. Wait, is book 3 the one where he kills the god of rock and roll? Mort is the first Death book, but Death shows up in all of them. Okay. I mean, so like, realistically, what would be the best introduction to Discworld? I know very little about Discworld outside of the fact that it's a turtle, 4 elements standing on top of it with a flat disc on top of the elephants. But like, I understand what Discworld is, and I understand that Terry Pratchett is very silly. But I actually have no idea where to start. You think they're using a guard hand? I don't think they are. I think they're used for their bones. I think they're not used for their meat. I think they're feathers. Someone brought up their feathers before. Their blood? Morn is the first death book. Soul Music is the one with rock and roll or music and rocks in it, and it's less death heavy. Ideas about the angel, it mimics the cries of injured creatures. It looks. I don't think it eats creatures though. I think it is symbiotically just kind of like living off of the moss, and I think that it just kills stuff that runs into, but doesn't actually eat them. It kills stuff out of self-preservation, and that is why the moss likes it, because the moss will just put its seeds in whatever it killed. Bones, blood, feather. Yeah. Hogfather is great. Oh yeah, that'd be fun around the holidays. Use the air sac is one of the consistent organs inside. Air sac is one of the few consistent organs and used as a bag or bellow. No, we can't give them bellows. Your tight bag. I think it's used as a bag. I think it's used as a sack. I think it's not air sac. It's lungs are one of the few consistent organs and used as an airtight bag. I don't think it's called the broken. I think it's called like a name, what its species name is. Like, what do people call it? Oh, that's a deer. That's a bear. That's a wolf. What is that a blank? It kills stuff, brings meat to where its mouth used to be, and cries, no! There are so many about death. His version of death is so cool. You don't think this thing... I don't think this thing has a plural either. Although... like, they've never been seen. A duel? I like a duel. I really like a duel. It doesn't matter if there's two of them or three of them or there's 8 of them. It's a duel of them. Why didn't Arrow give me a mouth? I have no mouth and I will scream. Ah! And that's a scream. Anytime you fight it, it goes, ah! It lives such a tortured life. Yeah! It's called a multi-winged angel abomination. I think it's gotta like be a Ma'a. What about a Ma'a? A Ma'a. A Ma'a? They kill each other? They do. I like a Kusour. But I also want the MAA, right? I want there to be an MAA for multi-winged angel abomination. I mean, it could be a Moa. I like a Ma'a. A river, like the river blue. What if we named it the Maybe. Bones. I don't think the bones are used for much, actually. Now that I think about it. I think it's the feathers used for decoration and fletching of arrows. I don't actually think the bones are used. I think it's the blood. I was thinking it's used. I think it's very alchemical. Flesh, bones, and blood all have high concentrations of ether used in alchemy. Boom. Superstitions. there's only a single Ma'a that has and it's lived since before the Badlands formed. Well, okay. Someone said the Broken earlier. What if the biome name is the Broken X? The Broken Mountains kind of deal. Like the Broken Spire. The Broken Valley. Like what if we have it the Broken something? This was a person once? Oh my gosh. The Broken Land? I mean, that's kind of boring. Like, I feel like there's a single defining geographic point that everything is built around. It's like the Broken Lake, where there is a dried up riverbed that is now half full with ether. Like the Broken River, and this entire environment like used to be a swamp because it was these floodplains of this river, but now it is broken and it is consumed by ether in the rift. The Broken Wastes. If you're exiled from your clan, you become a Ma. There's only a single Ma, and it's lived since before the Badlands formed. If you spend more than 3 nights in the Badlands, you will become if you spend 3 nights alone in the Badlands, you will become a Ma. Why do they kill everything? The Sunder, a massive canyon that divides the landscape, and the Badlands exist in and around this canyon. What if there was a word for ether burnt, and that's the name of the burnt land? I mean, it could be like the Sundered Lake, right? I like the idea that this once was a source of water that has dried up. I like the idea that this used to be floodplains. So like, Sundered Lake, Sundered Ocean. The Broken Ocean. This used to be maritime. It used to be underwater, and now it is bone dry. There are fossils of like ammonite and other maritime life that are locked into the like ground down here. The Bonelands. I know city would be far too large for a setting, but something along those lines, a larger settlement. No one has seen a group mob because they kill anyone who sees the secret city. Like, we could do they're secretly sapient as a superstition. People believe they're sapient. We could have it be to kill one is a mercy. Killing a Ma is always a mercy, as you are putting it out of its misery. So it's the idea of like, it's seen as like a mercy. It is seen as always justifiable. The Ma rose from the sea. What if there's the thing where people fear that if you kill one, you turn into one? I like that more. Then like, if you spend 3 nights alone, if you kill a Ma, you will become a Ma upon your death. Like, because like, yeah, it's a superstition. Yes, it can be easily proven false, but like, I feel like people kill Ma. I feel like if a maw is gonna run up and stab you, you're gonna stab it back and you're gonna kill it. And then you like, oh hey, the name's stuck. Been away for a bit. What if a massive impact crater? What if you kill one and don't bury it? If you kill a maw without with all of them are making more. If you kill a maw without, I don't want to say saying a prayer, but like apologizing without burying it. If you kill a maw, maybe people assume it's like an infection. If you kill a maw, after it flared its feathers at you. Oh, I know. If you don't kill a maw, after it flares its feathers at you, you will become a maw. So it's the idea of like, if it does the threat display and like, oh, like does its like feathers at you, like, ah, kind of deal. I don't know what noise it makes. Then it's like, oh, you have to kill it. It just cursed you. It just cursed you and you're going to turn into a maw unless you kill it. It's a releasing Promethean situation where it's an ancient punishment and freeing it. I don't know. I like the idea that if you don't kill one, you become a maw. And then something bad for killing it. If you kill a maw, I think the thing is tortured, and it is tortured enough. Like we could do it. Scream holds secrets. Like if you listen to it scream, it knows secrets. Ooh, killing a maw is said to bring bad luck and ill health upon your family, upon your children. So now we have a thing where like it's superstition where you have to kill it if X, but if you do kill it, then Y. There's a lot of mouths, so multi-voice hissing. Okay, I think we have the maw. The ma'a. Ma'a. Moss. I think thick braids of what are broccoli anatomy. I have this with the copper course. I want to do this again. What are they? Florets. Florets. Thick braids of florets that bind together produce small white seeds that grow best in still warm corpses. Thick braids of florets that bind together produce small white seeds that grow best in still warm corpses. Has a subtle, I don't want to say mossy, has a subtle smell to it. What's the smell to it? Like before we've done like mint, we've done citrus. I want it to smell like meat. I want it to smell like grilled steak. I want it to smell like something savory. I don't want it to smell like something like sulfur, which is like kind of off-putting, foreboding, ominous. I want it to smell like something that's like weirdly like alluring. Has a subtle savory smell to it. Smells like home. Has a subtle savory smell to it. So it's thick braids of florets that bind together, produce small white seeds that grow best in still warm corpses. Has subtle savory smell to it. Most commonly found growing off of recently deceased snail bison. And though often most commonly found growing off of recently deceased snail bison, though also worn by Ma as coverage. In either case, grows progressively longer and thicker off of the blood of their host. Secretes. What does it secrete? It secretes seeds, which are like small white things. What is the secretion that it gives to the maw that makes this symbiotic? The maw not only wears it as a second skin, like a cloak, but also takes the secretion that it has that is a waste product of the moss. The snicin. I actually kind of like the snicin. The snicin. The snicin. Maybe just wingweed? I like wingweed. Yeah, I like wingweed. A flight of wingweed. Maybe something like fabric textiles, like a spool of wingweed. I'm thinking a lapel, a tailcoat of. I like a tailcoat of wingweed. A coat of wingweed. Yeah, no, man, that's nice and it's covered in a coat of wingweed. Like I like that. I like that. Milky white healing liquid. Secretes I don't think white, because we already have white seeds. I think we make it's not red, because we already have blood here. I don't want white. Y'all are gonna start giggling if I say yellow. We do secretes a dark blue liquid. Highly viscous. What does it do? It is not for defense. It is a waste product. It slows decomposition. It increases regeneration. I don't think it numbs pain. I think it enhances regeneration of living tissue and slows decomposition. I'm sorry, Ma. Enhances pain and stimulation of area affected. And I feel like we need like one more sentence. I feel like it's like a pain in... No, we already have a lot of stuff you can get high with. We have a lot of stuff that you can get high with, you can get drunk off of. We even have a good amount of caffeine supplements. I think this one is you touch it and you feel a lot more and it hurts a lot more. And so the maw are even more tortured in their existence. Just imagine the maw opening its mouth to scream and pitch black ichor for... Ugh. We already have pitch black ichor. We made oil. We made crude oil in the Arctic. Enhances pain and stimulation of area affected. dissolves and decreases in effect when what if it's like kind of like aloe, right? It's a little sticky. It's a little bit, it like can harden into like a gauze almost. If not imbibed, hardens into a minor coating over area affected. Slightly itchy, enhances pain and stimulation of area affected. How do we feel about that? Enhances pain and stimulation of area affected, or so like if not imbibed, hardens into a minor coating over area affected, slightly itchy, enhances pain and stimulation. Maybe kind of like rubber? Hardens into a minor flexible coating. Enhances pain and stimulation of area affected, slightly itchy. How's it taste? Very bitter when taken straight, but adds depth and richness as an ingredient. Right. So it's the idea of like wingweed has like this wingweed produce. It shows help with regeneration. Yeah. Enhances regeneration of living tissue and slows decomposition. If not imbibed, hardens into a minor flexible coating, enhances pain and stimulation of area affected, slightly itchy, very bitter when taken straight, but adds depth and richness as an ingredient. Bitter and sweet. Very bitter very bitter with a sweet aftertaste when taken straight. I think that a subtle sweet smell to it. Right. Acquired taste. Hey, a moth. So uses. Obviously, secretes a dark blue liquid called wingweed sap, wingweed tears. What if crazy maw tears, right? Blue marmite. Glunk? No, is that called glunk? The savoriness been kind of fun with last. So what if we do, I like the idea of it being savory. What if instead of being very bitter with a savory aftertaste? Wilk milk? Like how the maw literally wears a coat of wing. Yeah, it does. Which I think it's called maw's tears because it's so closely associated with the maw. My tears. Hello, I'm back and I smell nice. Yay! Very bitter with savory aftertaste when taken straight, but adds dipness and richness as an ingredient. Maw tears. Used in funerary rites. I think that the main thing here is the moth tears. I think it's that like tears used in funerary rites because like to preserve a body. In tea, in funerary rites, tea, medicine, and I think poison and aphrodisiac. I mean, because like, come on, I'm not gonna pretend like that's not a natural conclusion to draw from. It enhances pain and stimulation. So like it's used in a bunch of stuff. It's not a miracle. It's not gonna like solve your problems, but like it's used in rites, tea, medicine, poison, and aphrodisiac. Ooh. So the moss is fabric. I like the natural deodorant. I like the idea of poison because it's a pain stimulant. I feel like that'd be under like medicine or alchemy. So I guess cleaning or hygiene. 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 Moss as fabric. Sheets pulled off snail mason are more prized as fabric products. I think I like that. I like wingweed taken from a maw is considered lower quality than that from a buffalo. Also, let me go back up. We had moss reference, didn't we? Moss. Wingweed. Okay. Moss is fabric. What if it's like lead makeup? It messes you up as people still use it. I mean, like, it could be used in torture, sure. I think that kind of falls under medicine. Moss here is used in funerary rites, tea, medicine, hygiene, aphrodisiac. I guess that'd be... I guess it could just be alchemy. That encompasses aphrodisiacs, poison, torture, all that stuff. Moss as fabric. I think it's... Am I crazy? You dry it, like you dehydrate it, and then it's used as a fabric as is without any further treatment? Am I crazy for that, or does that sound reasonable? Like you dehydrate it and kill it, but then you have this draw almost like leaf-like fabric. It's like felt. The fibers are too short? Look up felt real quick. How is felt made? Heat, moisture, and pressure. Really good fuel. Yeah, it's moss, but it's braids of floret. It's like moss inspired, right? It's inspired by moss. What if its fibers are used for a rope? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Dried over fire or in the sun and layered together to make soft, cushioned fabric. I like the idea of like you dry it to kill it and then you layer it together and it creates a fabric. That sounds great. A bit like a sea sponge. Yeah. Maybe feed it to animals. Oh, that would also be very interesting. But the issue is in the Badlands, who's doing that? Oh, what if people put the moss in like a place in their house to open the sun? It dries the tears out. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. I don't want to talk about the tears again, but I kind of want to mention, do we do the seeds with anything? Seeds, when burned, release a pop of fragrance. Used in a pop of fragrance tied to many rituals. I don't know. So we already did popcorn. We did a different seed that when you cook it, when you put it over fire, it pops and then it becomes popcorn. A bitter fragrance and seeds are I'm kind of thinking that, you know? I think they're really... seeds, how about this? Seeds, when soaked in blood, release a burst of fragrance. Fragrance. So it's not that like you burn it, it's that like you soak it in blood and like beans. It just kind of like, it's like, oh, I'm living now. A burst of fragrance. A burst of fragrance and can be a... Well, we have a lot of bitter snack. I like they have a savory snack. Why are we assuming this thing has seeds? It does. So, most commonly found growing off of recently deceased snail bison. Now the case grows longer and thicker off of the blood of their host. Where did I write it? Produces small white seeds that grow best in still warm corpses. Yeah. So like we did add seeds to this because I like the idea of like, why would moss have seeds? Good question. Why would an animal like burrow into the ground as part of its life cycle? I don't know. Good question. Like I like adding weird stuff like that. Okay, so superstitions. Taken from moss considered lower quality from a buffalo. We got... We already have a couple, like, oh, if you eat the seed, it'll grow inside you, ha ha ha. So I don't think we do that. I think it's assumed wingweed control maw and direct them to be aggressive, right? I think that like people were like, oh, what if this is the case? I think that's a good superstition. Might be poisonous. I think... I think it has to be something like using Ma's tears. Consuming too much. Consuming too much Ma's tears. Ma tears. Consuming too much Ma tears will turn you into a Ma. Right? Because I think that they're symbiotic. Their superstitions are tied. Their uses are tied. Their life cycles are tied. If you consume too much of the Ma tears, it'll turn you into a Ma. It'll turn you into a pile of moss. Interesting. Wingweed works better if it's grown on a family member's body. I think we dropped this one. I think that we have wingweed control Ma and direct them to be aggressive. Consuming too much Ma tears will turn you into a Ma. I guess too many. And I think what we do here, I think this is tied to funerary rites. And I think it's the idea of like what is a reason? Like obviously if you put the moss, if you put the wingweed on your like dead grandpa, the body will degrade slower. With wingweed slowing decomposition, the dead can still hear those around them. While wingweed is slowing decomposition, the dead can still hear those around them. So it's the idea of like, oh, it's not just their body is still here. It's if we put this on grandpa, then grandpa will be able to hear us. And we can tell grandpa like how our life is going over the next few nights while the body's slowly decomposing. We're working on the Badlands, yeah. So it's not even like, oh, it's like their spirit's still around or they can like move again or something. It's literally just like, no, we can still tell grandpa like the wonderful things we're doing. Wait, it would mummify people because it feeds on their blood. It does. It feeds on their blood and it slows decomposition. What if it's the corpses mummified by wingweed can still hear those around them? Make it more explicit, make it more direct. So it's like they do mummify corpses, they slow decomposition, they drain all of their blood, and then they can hear those around them. You can, like, if you had grandpa who got like mummified by a wingweed, you can go up to grandpa and you can be like, oh, like, I loved you so much, grandpa, like all this stuff has happened since you've gone, like blah blah blah. Like, this combined with like the stone saps from the subterranean is like yet another form of like ancestor worship that is more direct than just like they live on and watch over us. Like literally like, oh no, we have their corpse right here. But how do they know the corpse that can hear? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a superstition. It is, what do people assume about this, regardless of how true it is? It slows decomposition, and thus you can explain what happens to them. Presumably, when they ask grandpa to tell God to make it rain and then it wakes, you got it, yeah? But like, hey grandpa, can you like work your magic here? We really need it to rain. If you could work your magic. Oh my gosh, 4 solar cycles later, it started raining after it's been a month without rain. Praise grandpa. And then suddenly like grandpa heard us. I want to make a total conversion for a 4X game with those resources. I mean, that would be insane. Like I already did Synthop. Synthop is a TTRPG I made before this. It's in a near sci-fi setting. You're gonna freak when I say this. Same world as the Neolithic. Many years past this point though. After the world has stabilized and then gone through multiple periods of development. Same world. That's why the constants are still the same. That's why the dichotomies are still the same. But is the same like setting. I made a TTRPG about synthetic operators, AI, artificial intelligence, and in that I kind of just dropped it and ran. I didn't really put too much thought to it. I ended up getting someone who was very kind, another VTuber, another content creator who made an ES translation, Spanish translation. I think I made a plain text version. I might not have made a plain text version. If I didn't, I'm sorry. But so there should be like multiple versions hopping around. I haven't gone back and like done an edit or anything. But so, like with the Neolithic, I plan on much more investment. I'm going to try and involve the community more. I'm going to make more than just like a short and a video on it. I'm going to like say, hey, I'm dropping this for playtesting. Please playtest it. I will have a forum available. Like, I'm going to ask that over the course of the next month, I'm going to like at people on the Discord. I'm going to try to have you all set up games on Discord. I want you to break the system. I want you to play the system. I want you to tell me what works, what doesn't. And I'll probably have like a hotfix over the course of the next couple weeks. There's a new era to your world and it's the Neolithic. Yeah, this is like, I talk about how in my world, I have like 3 eras, right? I have the Renaissance era fantasy. I have the like not 20th century, like every single decade zeitgeist is happening at once, superhero setting. And then I have the near sci-fi, it's kind of dystopian cyberpunk setting. But ultimately I do have other eras that I have not explored. Like there's areas between here linking them. There's areas before here. There is a time period where it is fully Bronze Age. And it's very Greek inspired. It's not really Roman. It's more so like specifically like the like Hellenic League kind of deal. And way before that is a Neolithic. So this is like just like one more instance of like me making a TTRPG and being like, oh, sorry, it's lore of my world, teehee. So there is quote unquote like a canon ending, I suppose, of the Neolithic, which is tied to my world and my continuity, but your world is going to be totally different. Man, I want to play Synthop with a couple of friends as commando droids with superior intelligence to test the combat mechanics. So the Neolithic evolves into the Greece era. The Neolithic evolves into prehistorical dwarves and elves and orcs and humans. And then from there, they stabilize into Greek Hellenic League. And from there, they develop into medieval. And then from there, they develop into 20th century. And from there, they develop into near sci-fi. What's the plan for the gameplay? I've already done all the gameplay. The biomes is like the last thing I'm doing. Like I'm going to drop this within the next week, ideally. Once I finish up this biome today, I'm going to go through, I'm going to add obstacles for the various biomes, and then I'm going to format everything probably over the weekend, and I'm going to like hopefully drop a playtest by next week. Yeah, so like the mechanics, that's all done. I talked about that a couple times on stream already, including like today earlier. But the goal is that like I did mechanics first. I made how to make your species first. I made how to play the character first. So, oh gosh, we're so slow on this. We're gonna have a ball playtesting this, and like this is something where like, again, I kind of like threw it out there like, hey, would anyone want me to set up a schedule for folks who want to play Synthop? This is gonna be something where like I'm probably gonna be adding people multiple times to get Neolithic games going, because this is a game where like I want it to be dedicated playtesting. This is something where like if someone says like, yeah, I'd love to playtest this, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna hold you to playtesting this. As soon as we get done with this, yeah, I know. So let's nice it. Snail, buffalo. All right, next one. I think that they're shared with like vampire birds. And they are the prey of creeping crawlers. And I think... do they herd? I don't know if they herd. Like buffalo herd, bison herd. I don't know if the Snyson herd or if they're like solitary. I don't think that they're solitary. I think that they might have small groups that they live among. I have been making quite a few creatures, quite a few animal species. They stick to family units. I think... okay, this is gonna be crazy. Sexually dodecamorphic. Why? I don't know. Sexually dodecamorphic, living in social groups of 12, where each its own niche to fulfill. The polycule bison, like right? Like that's so weird. I love it. Children are raised into adulthood by all 12 parents before setting out to find others unrelated to them, to put it plainly. What's the plural of them? I want to call them Snyson. Like it's so dumb. I want to call them Snyson. No, so an isodecahedron is a D20. A dodecahedron is a D12. The vampire birds. You're so right. They just get pollinated. So these are more plant-like than I was expecting. Has got to be a poly... it can be a poly something. I draw the line at polycule because that's not even like a reference. That's just saying that. We also already have... I think we have one where it's like sexually trimorphic. We have one where they mate with like up to 8 other individuals and they raise their kids communally. Like, again, a core part of the setting, gender norms, out the door. Sexual dimorphism, out the door. Like anthrocentrism, out the door. All of our conceptions about like what would a typical, quote unquote, realistic setting look like, out the door. I have sexually dodecamorphic creatures. I have creatures that have no, like, I think that these ones, these are the ones float suspended by ether. Float suspended by ether. Grow. Curved shells from their... Okay. If a bison... If a bison wore a shell, would it be like that? Or would it be like that? So, like, my first thought was like this. And a big joy I've been having with this setting is taking my first thought and twisting it. So what if it's something where it's more like a cone? My bison looks like poop. Yeah, it's a random like lump. Get your mind out of the toilet. What if they float in ether but still have detached toes from walking? Okay, I like that. Hear me out. They have harpoons that pull. We have a couple harpoons. I like that. I like that. A caravan? I think it'd be a caravan. These are nomadic multi-adult groups that travel to Badlands. The tube sheep flying ones are 3. Yeah. Thank you. Have big neck muscles. So these are bison buffalo. These are bison buffalo. The hind makes more sense, like a wombat. I mean, what if it's just like helmet, you know? Okay. What if? So a poly what? I don't want it to be a polyglot. I don't want it to be a polymath. I don't want it to be a polycule. A polyherd? A hedron? I like a hedron. I like it. Their shells grow into being dodecahedrons. Their whole back end of the body could be covered in shell. I'm kind of thinking that. I'm thinking like, I'm thinking, what if it's a situation where it's just like, and then like, and then like it shoots out a harpoon and pulls itself along, and then like drags itself by firing out harpoons to drag itself, but it's mostly contained within this. And then up here, this is where a vampire bird lives. Ah, right? And like, who's gonna mess with the vampire bird when there's a giant like armored shell buffalo? Okay, a polyhedron. It could be a polyhedron. A polyhedron of Snyson. Sexually dodecamorphic, living in social groups of 12, where each one has its own niche to fulfill. Children are raised into adulthood by all 12 parents before setting out to find others unrelated to them. Polyhedrons where that are incomplete, often. Do we want it to be like a swingers situation where there's like flow between them, or do we want it to be like, no, they mate for life? Because I could see either. I've had a couple mate for lives. I don't think I've had much. There is no real polyhedrons that meet, often mix and part ways, often intermingle. Polyhedrons that meet are often intermingle, but end up parting into as close to even divisions of as possible. What if they pair in groups? I mean, then that's just... At that point, it becomes like less dodecamorphic. That ends up becoming, it's a series of twos. Oh, two groups. These would be very big, sturdy, but also floating, so kind of swift with them, like type. I think what it is. Why are they vulnerable to the creepy crawlies? I hear you ask. Please ask that in chat right now. That would make me feel better. Why are they vulnerable to the creepy crawlies? Because they float like 10 centimeters off the ground, 30 centimeters off the ground. And the creepy crawlies, which are like this, can like creepy crawly their way in and strangle them from within. The creepy crawlies are basically perfectly designed to not get harpooned to death and crawl into the shell of this thing, choke it out, and take over the interior of this thing. And that's why the creepy crawlies are such a threat. And so that's why the birds, which are naturally have like saw blades attached to them, they have beaks that have like spurs on them that they can fly down, and as it's sticking its roots in, it can like saw it off and save its bison host, because the birds need their home to move around. Can we see creepy crawlies with full shells? Absolutely. I think the creepy crawly life cycle might be it ends when it can find one of these bison, it kills it, and then it basically like molts. It like spreads its offspring, and like suddenly this shell shatters apart and multiple creepy crawlies just like burst out from it. What if they hook onto the harpoon? They hook into the harpoon, and the bird is responsible for flying down and biting off the harpoon. The birds that are symbiotic with this fly down and they like break off the harpoon. They're basically viruses. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Float suspended by ether. Float up to 50 centimeters off the ground. Suspended by ether. Locomote by firing out a harpoon into the ground and dragging itself towards the impact. Harpoons decouple from flesh after firing. Harpoons made of the same material as their shell and decouple from flesh after firing. Polyhedrons and meat often intermingle but end up parting into as close to even divisions of sex as possible. Entire form hidden within a self-produced shell. That forms many... How do I describe this as a polyhedron? Entire form hidden within a self-produced shell that forms within a 12-faced shell. Do I just lean into the 12? They should have horns. They do have horns. Entire form hidden within a 12-faced shell outside of their head. Rounded with hardened forehead and 4 short, blunt horns. Mouth is wide and panting, no nose. Because we gotta make this weird, right? We gotta make this weird. Ooh, actually, wait. Rounded head with so except for their head, hardened forehead and 4 short, blunt horns. 6 eyes surround 2 wide mouths. No nose or ears. So it ends up adding to 12. But it still isn't like as blunt as like just smacking over the head with like, it's 12, it's 12, it's not the foreful. I don't think the snails have saw tongues. I think the birds have saw beaks, or maybe they have like saw talons or something. I think the birds are the ones that are responsible for sawing. What would the dodecamorphism look like? I think it's shell type. I think it's shell shape. Shell color. Here are the boys, they're blue, and here are the girls, they're pink. I think it's... Four horns. What if it's... They have a different amount of horns, eyes, and mouths. Hardened forehead. And a combination of 12 horns, eyes, and mouths based on sex. No nose or ears. So it's the idea of like, some of them have 4 horns, 6 eyes, and 2 mouths. Some of them have 6 mouths, 1 eye, and 5 horns. Some of them have 1 horn, 10 eyes, and 1 mouth. Like, it's dependent on their dodecamorphic nature. What if the birds have tusks? Ooh, I like that. Okay, so. Uses. Shell, clearly. Meat, definitely. Leather. Pelt. Harpoon. Harpoon, right? It's gotta be a harpoon. One of them has 12 mouths. That's Marvin. We don't like Marvin. Picking up a discarded harpoon. XYZ. The shell. Call me crazy. The shells are broken for something. We take one of these things. We break down the shell. Like we literally smash it with hammers. And then we use the fragments and like we melt them down into pottery, right? I mean, like the harpoons could be small enough that in combination with the maw feathers, that's your arrows right there. Maw feather plus harpoon equals arrow. It's me. Oh my gosh. Hi. Harpoons make for fragile yet effective arrow heads and shafts. Right. So they need fletching, which, oh, would you look at that? We have a whole other creature that gives fletching. So like ranged combat is very important in this region, surprisingly. You're an arrowhead? Yeah. The arrow kissers are quivering. They're huge to even broken shell. We never said how big this was. 4 meters. That might be a bit too much. 4 meters, including the shell. In length, including the shell. Seems like the low end? I don't know. I think the craziest I've gone here is like 8 meters. Or no, the craziest I went here was the whale. The whale, I was like 15 meters as a juvenile, like 25 as an adult. Because a blue whale, the largest creature to ever live, is 30 meters. I didn't want to go that big. I didn't want to go that crazy. I think that outside of the whale that we made, which is like 25 meters at its height, and then I think it shrinks over time. Most other creatures, I don't think I've made over 8 meters. I think 12 meters. I think that's too much. Because remember, you're going to be running into 12 of these. If these were like solitary, I would be like, yeah, we can make it like 8, 9, 10 meters. But I think that because they're running in polyhedrons, I think that they need space. Like they think about the ratio of size that bison or buffalo need. And they're like not even moose sized. Look at an elephant herd real quick. There aren't elephants though. Like, yeah, they're huge, but they're also like not covered in huge like ceramic shells. Two by 2 by 3 meters. Well, like that's about the size what I'm thinking, because like 2 meters taller than your average person. It is floating 50 centimeters off the ground, so it looks half a meter taller than it already is. So already, if we're just going like 2 meters tall, that's already 2.5 meters in height. Your average tall person is probably like around what? 1.75 meters, so like 100. Well, because like 180 centimeters is like 5'10". 184 centimeters is about 6 foot. So if we hit 200 centimeters, that would be another like 5 inches. So that would be like 6'6". And then if we had 50 centimeters on top of that, that's like another 1.5 feet. So that's about, call it 8 feet tall at its tallest point, including the floating. I think that's reasonably like, oh wow, that's tall, right? Now, obviously your creature might be 2 meters tall. So suddenly this isn't that big. We don't want to frame this from a human perspective, but we don't want everything to be giant or really tiny. I like there to be a good amount of variety in the sizes of these creatures. Although I do think it is reasonable to be like 6 meters. That's really big. That's huge. But it's not like blue whale big. That feels small. 2 by 5 by 2? A big ominous pillar. I think 6 meters in length and half as tall, including the shell. 6 meters in length and half as tall, including the shell. Because even then, we have 6. Well, can we get 12 in here somewhere? Like, we're not doing full dimensions. It's mostly just like height or width or length or something. So I think that if we go length and height, this is a 2-dimensional being now. If it's 6 meters long, that's like longer than a minivan. I want you to remember, like a minivan is like under 4 meters in length. 8 and 4. 8 meters in inches. That's 300 inches. 8 meters in feet would be 26 feet long. A D&D character would barely in a single movement be able to get from one end to the other. Some D&D characters can't. I think maybe 4, well, because like we also have width. So like 224 or 223 could work, but that feels a bit small. I agree. Do we have any boats? I mean, like in the setting, you have like rafts, sure, but you don't have like a galley. That's too advanced. The shell dimensions are used as the basis of a base 12 numeric system. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we have the whale boats. But those aren't like boats you made. I'm going to stick with 6 meters in length, half as tall. Right now, that is 6 meters long, 3 meters tall. That is huge. So the shell. Shell broken into fragments, each of which can be used as tiling in construction. Broken into fragments for shell broken into fragments and used as tiling or shingles in construction. In tiling in construction and armor. How hard are these shells? I don't think they're stupid hard. Like, call me crazy. Or I don't think they have a... I don't think they like buffalo or bison slam their heads into each other. I think they slam their heads into another one's shell. I think that's how they compete. I think that's how they display dominance. I think that they don't slam, like they don't headbutt each other. They slam into each other's shells, and the goal is to like try and crack their shell. Used to cut rocks. Or I suppose they would need the hardened forehead to slam into shells. So they can survive cracked. I think they can repair it. I think they can repair a cracked shell. Shell breaking into fragments and uses tiling in construction and shell broken into fragments and used as tiling or powdered to cut stone. Well, so like they're producing their shells. They're not like, these things are like a snail. They can produce a shell. That's how they can produce the harpoons. Harpoons made of the same material as their shell and decoupled from flesh after firing. Oh, I haven't had any water the past 3.5 hours. I don't know if you can harvest the shell. I know that you can for sure harvest the harpoons. Meat is... I think the meat... Like, what is gamey? Like, I almost want to say it's like poultry. Is that crazy of me? A buffalo that has poultry-like meat? Like, it's all dark meat, except for... Or wouldn't it all be... It would all be white meat, right? Shell broken into fragments for stuff reminds me of the one other creatures, the Mirage of the big coast turtles. Such convergent engineering makes sense. Dehydrated, the coastal biome day, for real, for real. Everything tastes like chicken. I think it's... I don't want the meat to be dry. I mean, we could have it be like turkey. Meat is prone to drying, so often is somewhat dry So often paired with a sauce or syrup. Or with a sauce, syrup, or in stew. Meat is rich. Meat is like dense and dry. Meat, I like the idea that the meat is prized, but it's dry. So it's often paired with sauce, syrup, or is often paired. So it's often eaten with a sauce, syrup, in stew, or as jerky, right? Like an octopi or squid. It could be that. I don't know. I like the idea that it's like meat is dry and grainy, so often eaten with a sauce, syrup, in a stew, or as jerky. I'm gonna eat this right now. I mean, I kind of want to now. I'm imagining like not pulled pork, like a brisket. I'm imagining it's really good for like brisket with like slathered with some kind of gravy, or gravy is what I was thinking of, with a gravy, syrup, in a stew, or as jerky. Picking up a discarded harpoon. What does this mean for the person picking it up? Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? I think it is a neutral thing. I think picking up a discarded harpoon is seen as neutral, and it's seen as reclaiming the environment. Like you're just using what you have available. Harpoons, discarded harpoons will break after one use. Those harvested directly will last longer. The longer a harpoon has been decoupled, the more fragile it becomes. Based in butter. No, that's what I'm kind of thinking. I'm thinking like killing it and taking its harpoon is bad luck. Taking a harpoon from it is bad luck. But like using just a harpoon is fine. Hey, Mizzle, you're making the Badlands. So what if we do the longer a harpoon has been decoupled from snicing, more fragile it becomes. Right, so it's the idea of like, oh, I just got this, like I just harvested this. This will last a good few shots. Ooh. Taking a harpoon from a dead snicing is inviting conflict into your life. That's such a good phrasing. I love that phrasing. What is something with the all polyhedrons follow a leader, and I think it's the idea of like they're like horses. I think people are superstitious about them. They assume they're like horses. There's one like stallion that if you break the stallion, you will break the herd. And I don't think they're like that. But I think that's what people assume they are. So all polyhedrons follow a leader and will follow the leader and can command all of them by commanding the leader. I don't like the phrasing on that. Like, all polyhedrons have a leader, and you can so each tribe just assumes they work, like simplifying their gender. Yeah, exactly. So like the superstitions, these are not necessarily true. They're also not necessarily not true. It's just in the same way of don't step on a crack or you'll break your mother's back is like a superstition that kids have, at least in the West. I don't know if that's common elsewhere. A lot of like superstitions tie into local folklore or religion or culture or customs. And so these superstitions are just like, hey, if you have a species in this area, here are what some superstitions they might have. Now, obviously, if you don't think that, oh, the longer harpoon has been decoupled from its nice and the more fragile it is, that's dumb. No one would believe that. Then don't include it. These are just ideas for you to have. So that's why I like the idea of like people just make assumptions about the herds, about the polyhedrons, the polyhedrons. If you snort a powdered harpoon, you'll die of an aneurysm. All polyhedrons have a leader. And all polyhedrons have a leader which can be commanded to command its followers. Can be trained to command its followers. Okay. Vampire bird. I think these are... I was gonna say little. What if they're like 90 centimeters? Like they're south of a meter, but they're still like big. What if it's something that's actually impossible to do, but people... Yeah, I mean, like, I think it is impossible to do. I don't think I need to like write that in here. I think that in your game, if you think that's possible, that could be fun. But I do like the idea of like people just kind of assigning the idea of, oh yeah, clearly they're like horses. 3-foot wingspan, like big. Okay, what if 80 to 90 centimeters in height with a wingspan exceeding a meter. Right? So it's like, they're big birds. Or maybe 60 to 70. I think we do like... I think we do in the range of like upper half of a meter. And their wingspan exceeds a meter. You hate me? I hate me too. Whoa. Vampire crows that use tools. Tamed, perhaps? Perhaps. Exceeding a meter. Has a saw tooth beak. Has a sawtooth beak it uses to cut through evil vine creature. It has a sawtooth beak, uses to cut through that and reach its thing the bird wants. Has a separate mouth for drinking water and communicating. Adept at mimicking vocals? Adept at mimicking vocalizations, including frequencies unable to be heard but felt, used to give rudimentary signals to Snyson by vibrating their shell. Most often, roosts on high perches, though sometimes make a nest on a flat face of a snicin shell. In such instances, they protect the snicin from evil vine creature by cutting off its advancing roots while simultaneously reaching its thing the bird wants. I'm yelling it so you don't forget. I think we cut this. Has a sawtooth beak and 3 eyes surround a sawtooth beak. Has a separate mouth for drinking water and communicating. Adept at mimicking vocalizations, including frequencies unable to be heard. Used to give rudimentary signals to the snicin by vibrating their shell. Roost on high perches, so sometimes make a nest on a flat face of a snicin shell. In such instances, they protect the snicin from evil vine creature by cutting off its advancing roots with its beak while simultaneously reaching its thing the bird wants, right? Crow Mafia, Crow Mafia, Crow Mafia. Maybe take inspo from the vampire ground. Oof, I forgot. I didn't include vampirism in this. I think the thing the bird wants is blood. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. Gains no sustenance from blood, but will sip it to induce an adverse reaction that increases its reaction speed. It does the thing where dogs eat grass to throw up when they feel ill, but it's with like a speed boost. Give me a moment. Sorry. I went from being able to breathe to not being able to breathe, so I had to go blow my nose. I think it gains no sustenance from blood. However, it uses the blood in order to... What the heck was what? Blood OG the vines, the creepy crawlies. Yeah. I don't know what you're on about. Was that a smoke bomb? I don't know what you're on about. I just returned back to stream. Maybe the sap, the evil vine creature, is less viscous than usual and can be sucked out of it? What about something grosser like sweat or mucus? See, the reason that I brought up blood... Actually, wait. If you're saying the thing the bird wants, what if we make it like a mucus? Yeah. That's nasty. I love that. Gains no sustenance from blood. Well, we'll sip it to induce an adverse reaction that increases its speed and lowers metabolism? What if instead of increases its reaction speed, what if instead of like an adrenal boost, it's like a depressant? That gains no sustenance from blood, but will sip it when hungry to induce an adverse reaction that lowers metabolism. So it kind of like hibernates almost by drinking blood. And so it can subsist for like a really long time just off of blood. I mean, if the bird is tool, why can't he like cook the blood or something? So tools doesn't mean fire. Tool could mean an orangutan or an ape taking a stick, sticking it down into a termite den, and then pulling it out and eating the termites. That's what tool use tends to mean. Since when did Arrow learn ninjutsu? The samurai approaches me, accusing me of ninjutsu. How shameful. It could mean fire. I don't think, it doesn't mean fire. Because I feel like these things are intelligent, they are not sapient. If they were sapient, they would be a species. Although I think it gains no sustenance from blood, but will sip it when hungry to adverse an adverse reaction. Uses shell fragments and broken harpoon from broken harpoon. Breaks discarded harpoons to use the fragments in nest building. Okay, we're crazy. Roosts in high perch it used to give rudimentary signals. I think it has tentacles. I think this thing has like tentacles. It has opposable hair. It is something weird and like wiry. It doesn't have talons. It doesn't have legs. It doesn't have hands. It has tentacles. It has like octopus arms. I think it... Wreath of tentacles. Several prehensile tongues? I hate that. A three-eyed tooth surrounding a sawtooth beak that has multiple prehensile tongues. We have other creatures with prehensile tongues, I will say. Heads up. But like... Yeah, it's like, it has one mouth that's all business. It has one mouth that's for drinking and communicating. Breaks discarded by harpoons to use the fragments in nest building. Be careful, we're approaching Japan. No, we're not doing that, Painter. This is a bird. This is a 60 to 70, 67, 67 times 10, 67 times 10 bird. This is not freaky. This is maybe a yokai, and like the Japanese are pretty freaky about yokai, at least historically, but like, get out of here with that. Okay, what are its uses? Its uses are meat. I don't think it has feathers. I think it's like leathery skin, like bat skin. What if it has silk? We already have a lot that has silk. We have stuff that has silk. We have stuff that has spinnerets. We have stuff that produces various byproducts. Maybe it's spittle might be used to... Too many bugs, too many goops. Sphinx cat, but yokai bird. I like the idea that, like... Do I remove the gains no sustenance from blood? It breaks discarded harpoons to use fragments in nest building. Adhesive spittle binds it together. Spittle binds it together. Leathery skin protects from shards. Like, we don't have the blood thing. Because remember, we want these to be like short paragraphs that you can read in like 30-ish seconds, get a broad understanding of what this thing is, what it does, various factoids on it. When spittle's really flammable, that could work. So I can meat, spittle, and I think the vocalizations. I think the vocalizations are used like as entertainment, but I don't think these, like, I think these are things that are like, they're not crow level intelligent. They're approaching crow level intelligent. They have nest building. They don't have tool use, right? They're somehow tameable. I mean, they could be, but this is the Badlands. I don't think anything here should be tameable. At least not like on the offset. Is it bad that I was like, ah, yes, when you said, ah, no. You like icking people out? I mean, this entire project is an exercise in how to like ick out within like bounds. Who would tame something that has prehensile tongues icky? I mean, I would. Like, the prehensile tongues was not the deal breaker. The deal breaker is living in an environment in which case it is a hellscape. It is Badlands. We tame chameleon. Yes, and... Okay, spittle is used as a weak binding agent, though more so as a... particularly is flammable and used as a weak binding agent for tinder. Right? You have like a bundle of sticks. How do I keep them together? Put some spittle on it. The spittle, it's flammable. We put it all on a fire. Oh, it's like using one of those little logs, right? Spittle is flammable and used as a weak binding agent and used as a fire starter. Spittle is flammable, used as a fire starter and weak binding agent for tinder. Or kindling? Kindling. To be clear, although I have a sadistic streak, that was purely a haha, I made you wince in disgust. Yeah. Listen, I like making people cringe as well. Why do you think I went 6'7" times 10? 6'7" centimeters times 10. Like, that's why I do that, is to make you cringe. I don't care about 6'7". I care about the fact that you care about 6'7". I think we just use harpoon fragments in nest building. Spittle binds it together. Leathery skin protects from shards. I've not cringed at you like the one time. Wingspan is from wing to wing. Sounds kind of small. It is kind of small. That's the thing. It's so. What will this be? What would this be? This would be if this is 1 unit. What? Huh? This is 1 unit. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's our 6, 7. And then if we do like that, and then if we do that, we are at 6 of 10, so we just need like 4 more. So like, we do... That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. But like, yeah, that might not be the biggest. Yeah, that might not be the craziest wingspan, but this isn't meant to be a crazy wingspan thing. This is meant to be a thing that dives down into like bramble, into like thorn or vines and roots, and like roots around in it, and uses its prehensile tongues to get out. So I think it doesn't need a huge wingspan. Half the reason I watch Bricky reactions to see people's shock faces when he explains the Drukhari. Okay, I watch Bricky reactions too. We all do it. We all do it. If anything, it could be... No, that's the thing. People are saying they want the wingspan longer. And I didn't say exceeding a meter. I didn't say just a meter. So, like, this by itself is not peak, right? So, like, it could be 40 more centimeters, like that. Like, that seems a bit much for a close quarters roosting bird. What is a Bricky reaction? A Bricky reaction is a reaction to a streamer called Bricky, who he made 40K videos like 4 or 5 years ago that are like the videos like everyone watches to get into Warhammer 40K. And he has since released more videos that are more correct and that he has expressed that he feels more proud of. But ultimately, like the ones that he made like 5 years ago, Intro to Warhammer, like part 1 and part 2, and then every single faction explained. Those are ones that, like, if you are a React channel and you have like heard of 40K, you've probably reacted to those. Which, like, granted, that being said, I'm very mixed minds on React channels. As I've expressed before, one of my vices, I love a good React channel. The issue is a lot of them aren't good. Like, if I like something, I like seeing reaction channels also like that thing. And if I don't like something, I generally don't watch react. I don't hate watch. I'm sorry. I don't do that. But like, if I like Persona 5, I want to see people playing through Persona 5. If I liked K-pop Demon Hunters, I want to see other people like K-pop Demon Hunters. If I like a song, I like to hear like people who have like thoughts and opinions about music and like have expertise in music talk about the music. So I tend to like React channels and React videos when it is one of two things. Either they're a subject matter expert, or they are someone who has demonstrated they can ride the line of adding commentary and like adding to the experience without just jabbering. Because I feel as though a lot of reaction channels are one of two. They either do nothing and they go, whoa, yo, that's crazy. No way. Whoa. And like, that's the entire video. Or they are constantly yammering and they are like eating a snack and they're slurping on a drink and they're like making it hard to have any context of what's going on in the video that they're doing. And it's more like ASMR than anything. And at that point, I'm just like, you need to find a balance between the two, in my experience. Oh, that was something to do with fluorine burning a brick? Why would it be about fluorine burning a brick? Why would you burn a brick? That makes no sense. Vampire birds, we have no name. Fluorine. What is a fluorine? Fluorine is the element. I use them to listen while grinding or doing busy work. Are we still on the species that would die when the rift collapses? If so, why would they die out? Because the evil vine creature would die. Why would the evil vine creature die? Because the Snicin would die. Why would the Snicin die? Because they can't float. They fall to the ground and they can't drag themselves across the ground. Like making a mound of dirt to build a wall around, like right now. Not that you're them. What? Okay. You're saying you're not saying I'm a reaction channel. Got it. I mean, on the Discord, I did kind of accidentally do Arrow reacts, and then I did Arrow sings, and then I did Arrow gets distracted. Like a fluorines. Yeah, just screw it. It's pronounced like fluorine gas. When the rift collapses, the Maw are freed from their eternal suffering, and their mouth comes back, and the Snicin go extinct instantly. Basically. And then the Maw die. Because they no longer have ether supporting them, and the moss on them doesn't have anywhere to grow. Whoop. That one has no subtlety. That one has no subtlety. I like the idea of we keep the vampire naming scheme. So it could be a Dracul, a the Mitzi. That would be funny. What if we do a coterie? A coterie of a Drakeen. Drakeen's. Or please look up Fluorine Hazard Diamond. Fluorine Hazard Diamond. Oh, just... Yeah. And? It is the most dangerous. Yes, I understand fluorine is very dangerous. You did not have to tell me that. Because it is incredibly toxic to humans. It is entirely flammable. And I think this is an electrical hazard, unless I'm mistaken. Because I think it's how toxic is this to humans as a chemical? How flammable is this? And then I think it's how dangerous is it electrically with technology? Or no, yellow is how much is going to blow up. Sorry, yellow is it going to explode by itself? Dracul Mihawk and his legendary blade Yoru. I like a clot. I like a clot. Speaking of Vampire the Masquerade, I might want to play the CK3 mod. Oh, frick! Yesterday I wanted to do a live on Discord, and I was too busy. I was editing. And then I didn't even get the thing I wanted to get done editing. But I made another vampire character. I made a character other than my Malkavian wrestler. And I am setting up a game with my siblings, where one of my siblings is going to be running for me. So I am excited to play a Ventru that is stuck in baby jail. And that's all the context you get right now. I'm going to finish up the biome first. It's been 4 hours. I need to wrap up soon. Unironically, this is at a point where this is past the point where it's funny, haha. We are 2/3 done with the biome. I expected to be done over an hour ago. Baby jail, don't worry about it. She's in jail because she's a baby. Not a literal baby, but she's a baby Ventru. So she's put in baby jail because she's just a baby little vampire. The meat... I think the meat... I like a clot. A clot of Drakeens. I want to add in the unable to digest blood, but will sip some when hungry in order to induce a reaction that lowers metabolism. I want to include that. I think that's a neat detail, personally. Meat is... It's gotta be like... It pairs well. Right? That would be so funny. If the Drakeen meat paired well with the Snicin. Snail bison. Snicin. So, what if meat is often mashed into a stuffing or spread atop Snicin flesh meat? How do you feel about that? Flesh is often mashed into a stuffing or spread atop Snicin meat. All right, I like the idea that like you probably don't eat it by itself. You probably eat it with the other thing that it lives on. Would have made a stew out of it. I think that you mix it with the stew, probably. So Snicin flesh already says like it's dry and grainy, so often eaten with a gravy, syrup, in a stew, or as jerky. And I think that it's common to pair that with this flesh. Kingfisher bird tastes like fish. I think... Are they used for entertainment with vocalizations? I don't think the Badlands allows that. I think that the Badlands is like crazy enough that you can't effectively do that. I think that it's not safe enough to engage with that sort of thing. So the question is, what's the final thing? Is there skin used? Is it leather? Is that what it is? Is it... eyes? Jellied eyes are incredibly sweet and jellied eyes are incredibly sweet and naturally high in sugar. So charms would be superstitions. So it could be preserved eye. Preserved eyes are seen as a sign of good fortune and seeing as a sign of seeing misfortune before it comes. I think that oddly enough, they're looked on very favorably. A Drakeen roosting above your home is a sign of protection. Right? Because like just like how they protect the Snicin, they're protecting your home. Cooking over a spittle lit fire removes a lot of the smokiness. How do we feel about that? Very, very, very simple. Very, very straightforward kind of superstitions. When being seen away from a herd is bad. I don't know about that. I think they might only be positive. Tribes learn the calls of the birds to hunt, scare away, and communicate. Maybe we drop the preserved eye one. And it's... there has to be a superstition with mimicry. There has to be a superstition about the mimicry. What would that be, though? would the mimicry be if you hear your name at night? It's got to be something like, if you're alone in the Badlands, if you're alone in this environment, in this biome. If you hear your name spoken when alone, find shelter immediately. What if the acts as the voice of the dead? Should we do evil vines? I think we do evil vines first. I think we do evil vines, and then I think we set up a non-symbiotic one, or one that is more removed from the symbiosis than anything else, because I feel like everything here is it's just one giant empty room, and then there's like a maw that it has covered with stuff, and then it encounters a bison shell, a whole polyhedron of them. That's like times 6 because there's 12 of them. And then there's like a vine creature going up, and then there's like a little bird creature here, like caw, right? And then there's like nothing else outside of like the one other thing, which if we make it like barnacles across the shell, like that would just kind of feel nothing happens here, which I don't dislike. I just feel like the vine and whatever other plant creature we have should be a little bit more decoupled, right? That's my thought process. If you hear a name at night, I did consider tying it to the pursuers. If you hear your name spoken when alone, Drakeen are warning you of pursuers. I like the idea Drakeen are effectively seen as benevolent. Like there's nothing negative associated with them, despite the fact that they're kind of like ravens. They're kind of like this ill omen in our world. Right, we wanted to make a giant beetle. Criminy. We already did our 3 animals, though. The mosh, so weird. Evil vine creature! Okay. I think this is a mass... Oh my gosh, my voice. It's a mass of vine and roots held together by wrapping around itself and mucus. I think the bird eats the mucus, and that's why it dives in. And I think it uses the mucus to break apart shell. It's like a dissolving mucus. Otherwise, it just kind of like strangles the snicin and flowers in its corpse. And I think... Oh, frick, we didn't do pollinators. We didn't do pollinators. I think it's just... Float up to 50 centimeters off the ground, spin by ether, look up by herring, reproduce by Drakeen. How would this work? I don't want to say transferring genetic material. That sounds I'm going to say pollinated by Drakeen for reproduction. Just going to add that in at the end. Just going to add that in. Don't know how it works. Don't want to know how it works. That's not my business. I'm not a Drakeen. I'm not a Snicin. The maw is a pollinator? I don't think the maw is a pollinator. I think the maw is a murderer. I think the maw is a threat. I think the maw identifies as a catastrophic turn of events. Hey, Nuke. Maybe the maw are believed to be pursuers? I don't think so. They're said to bring bad luck upon your children if you kill one. The pursuers are this like the boogeyman of this world, right? I was gonna say why too clinical and scientific for the setting, or oh yeah. I'm not gonna say that they like bump it nasty style. Brad luck. Okay, evil vine creature. A collection of vines, sinew, arteries, and roots wrapped around one another. And protruding from a chitin core. We're getting beetle. We're getting the beetle. Ugh. Exceeds 2 meters in length. Exceeds 2 meters in length. And 1 meter in height. Slithers across the ground and can even climb up surfaces if it has handholds. Produces a mucus from its chitin core that moisturizes its appendages and breaks down shells. Subsists off of ether, but must flower from a corpse. But must flower from a corpse to reproduce. When a snicin locomotes, when a snicin fires its harpoon, will wrap around its protruding flesh and climb into its shell, strangles the snicin, and breaks down the shell and dissolves the shell with mucus. During this time, flowers and produces anywhere from 4 to 8 new evil vine creatures. Incredibly fibrous and starchy. Getting more starch in there. I think it dissolves the shell from the inside out. I think it goes in there. Its mucus dissolves the shell as it like flowers and it reproduces. And then once the shell dissolves, it bursts out with like 4 to 8 new evil vine creatures. And they go on to the next one. That's a huge, it is a huge beetle, yeah. This nice and float kind of low off the ground. Maybe just stick their head inside the shell and wait, birds are pollinators? Yeah. Breaks down less digestible material. flowers anywhere from 4 to 8 new EVC, incredibly fibrous and starchy. And I think its roots are eaten. Vines are spun into textiles. I don't think the mucus is used as a slow-acting acid against organic materials such as shell. So I think that it's like, if I want to soften the edges of the shell, I'll just like use the mucus on it. I think the vines and roots and I'm no coward. Roots and vines are eaten. I think the chitin is chitin is what if the chitin's like weirdly foldable? Like it's like paper. Not that it's as soft or as fragile as paper, but like in the same way that if you bend like poster board, it will bend. So it's not like super resistant. It's just kind of like an internal shell. Hook crawler or barb creeper? I like barb creeper. Barb creeper. Because it literally like, creeps up the harpoon. Like, ugh. Barb creeper. Don't have anything to make a bow for the arrows. One of them should get you drunk or high. We already do that like in every other. No, there's no getting high. There's no getting drunk. There's no having any sort of fun. There's no having any recreation. This is the Badlands. This is lands that are bad. Maybe mucus isn't like completely dissolving it, but you can like stick bits of shell together by melting them. Ooh. Mucus used to... I don't want to say sand down, but... partially melt and fuse shell fragments or smooth them out and smooth them out. Barb creeper. It could be like a mass of barb creepers. It could be it could be like an overgrowth. Oh man, there's a whole overgrowth of barb creepers that popped out of there. Barb creeper. Chitin. So roots and vines are mildly poisonous. Or mildly inedible. But when skinned are incredibly dense. Root and vine outer layers are inedible. But when skinned are incredibly nutrient dense, calorie dense, are incredibly filling, I think. I think the chitin, my first thought was like plates. Is that crazy? Like I like the idea that it's like folding and it's kind of like placemats and plates, and it's like this weird sheer surface that nonetheless is very flexible and foldable, is hard enough to be used as a surface, but can be folded and hold its shape. Chitin can be folded and hold its shape while being like, I'm thinking like cutting boards, plates can be folded and hold its shape while being resistant to a knife. That's what you do with it. You fold it. Can be folded and resist breaking. Used as plates and cutting surfaces. Like, I don't want to say cutting boards. That sounds too modern. But, like, used as plates and cutting surfaces. Superstitions. What are superstitions around them? I think we have other things. Barb creepers. And simultaneously, simultaneously being able to consume its mucus. Ugh. Oh, hate that. That's how you know it's good. A bird drinking something else's mucus. I hate that. Okay. Maybe vines are all negative. They're one of like the only strictly parasitic entities in the Badlands. So what if they have this thing where they are perceived as like the odd one out? The Drakeens keep getting worse and worse, but they're so well regarded by their local communities and cultures. Yeah, there has to be a reason why they just hate the Snisons. The chitin is an unripe shell, and they kill the Snison out of jealousy. Like that's such like a folkloric explanation. In my opinion, like that's such a they are jealous of the gift that the Snison were given of their shell, and so they kill them out of jealousy. I kind of like that. What else do they got? I like the idea that they are nefarious. They are not to be trusted. They are dangerous. But I don't think that they're like, oh, if you see one, it's gonna kill you. I think it's more like see overgrowth of barb creepers. Flower is sign what's the sign of? If you watch a shell burst open and a bunch of barb creepers come out of it, I think it's a sign. Is it a sign that someone's about to betray you? Is it a sign that someone you care about is going to like stab you in the back? Is a sign a loved one will betray you? Because like, I don't want all of them to be like, oh, it's good luck, it's bad luck. Oh, this is a sign of romance. This is a sign of like ill health. Like, I want them to be like weirdly specific sometimes. Right? So it's the idea of like, you see this shell and then suddenly it bursts out and there's all of these vines in it. That is a sign that someone is about to betray you. Like a loved one is about to betray you. Snisons carry their natural predator too. That's like a circle explanation. So the Snisons don't carry their predator. They carry the birds which actually protect them from the predator. I think, why do the birds protect the Snison? I think it's the birds hate the Drakeen hate barb creepers. Because why? What? Drakeen hate barb creepers because they are I want to say they are pursuers, or like they're touched by the pursuers, but like they're minions of the pursuers. Like, why would the Drakeen hate the barb creepers? Because like the Drakeen are just doing their normal animal thing of, I eat this mucus, I'm going to go down, I'm going to protect this niacin as I go and nom, 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 right? So it ends up being symbiotic, and that's how a lot of in real life animal relationships form, the symbioses. But people would conceptualize that as there's some sort of karmic struggle between the Drakeen and the barb creepers. Drakeen hate barb creepers. What if instead of that angle, Drakeen and barb creeper are conceptualizations? So like Drakeen and barb keeper are the same vibe as angel and devil. Like how would we say that more simply? But the idea of, oh yeah, like, are you gonna listen to the Drakeen or the barb creeper? Are you gonna listen to the angel or the devil? Are you gonna listen to the good voice in your head, the bad voice in your head? One is the Drakeen, one is the barb creeper. And I feel like if we have that kind of dichotomy set up, where the Drakeen are pretty universally well regarded culturally, at least in the superstitions, whereas the barb creepers are evil, they're insidious, they're betrayal. Because Drakeen were barb creepers in their previous life? Maybe. Could be like a circle of life thing. But like, I'm thinking like, the Drakeen, the barb creeper are a good and bad conscience. Inside of you, there are two. Well, I mean, that's what I'm going. That's what I'm doing. Barb creepers are agents of the pursuers. Drakeen's mission is to stop them. Drakeen and barb creeper. I mean, I could say are the equivalent of angel and devil. Are the equivalent of an angel and devil. Murderers and immoral individuals are reincarnated as barb creepers. If a barb creeper kills you, you probably deserved it. What was it? Wing moss? Wingweed? Wingweed is the nascent juvenile form of barb creepers? Wait. Barb creepers are the ones who injured and cursed the maw. Yeah? Barb creepers, with all of their like sinew and their vines and their arteries, they are the ones who like flensed and cursed the maw. They are responsible for that. I think that's it. Oh my gosh, we have one more. We have one more, and it's been 4.5 hours. This was not supposed to take this long. I'm so sorry. Name. What's going on? We are making a biome, and we should have been over 2 hours ago. But name of this creature is a plant. No grass, no flowers, no trees. We have moss, and we have roaming vines of murder. The issue is, like, I'm thinking I might want to remove, like, the chitin is an unripe shell, and that's why we get the Drakeen and Barb Creeper thing, but I don't think that's necessary. I think that these three are fine. Explain the murder vines? We just did the murder vines. A collection of vines, sinews, artery, and roots wrapped around one another and protruding from a chitin core. Exceeds 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height. Slithers across the ground and can even climb up surfaces if it has handholds. Produces a mucus from its chitin core that moisturizes its appendages and breaks down shells. It subsists off of ether, but must flower from a corpse to reproduce. When a snicin fires its harpoon, will wrap around its protruding flesh and climb into its shell. Strangles the snicin and dissolves the shell with mucus. During this time, flowers anywhere from 4 to 8 new barb creepers, incredibly fibrous and starchy. I think instead of incredibly fibrous and starchy, I include vines have thorns, sinew has teeth. I hate that. That's why I wrote it. Vines have thorns, sinew have teeth. Fangs? Teeth. Remember fool eaters from Hollow Knight? Maybe a plant that's the one thing that's an enemy to everything, but doesn't mess with you unless disturbed. I mean, that's kind of the maw, right? The maw is our, like, biblically accurate, like, tortured angel. It only attacks you if you approach it. Like, it's just super territorial, but otherwise it isn't, like, trying to come kill you. Like, if you walked into that plant, getting annihilated is on you. Average arrow pet. I mean, basically, like, listen, I like weird creature design. Moss or maybe carnivorous potatoes. So we already did potatoes in the Arctic. The potatoes were like iron deposits. We did moss literally earlier with the wingweed. My first instinct is mushroom. We have a lot of mushrooms already. I want to stay away from mushroom. We could do murder grass. We could tie it all back. The very first thing I made in a biome was grass, but it's fingers. We could make more grass, and this one is like knives. Listen, some dude, knife grass. Any reason not to do cactus? We have yet to do a cactus. In this whole thing, someone suggested for the desert, a cactus camel. Actually, sorry, we did do a cactus. We did in the desert. Is it the kid cave? Yeah, made entirely of chitin. It has rows of mandibles along its length that function as spines. Has a bright yellow fruiting body. And it grows into maggots that live in the digestive tract of the victim. Once grown into worms, they exit the tract and plant themselves in Jiluk, where they grow up chitin upward to adulthood. They're basically barrel cactus that has a parasitic life cycle. That's gnarly. Dude, this whole thing is supposed to be gnarly. Like, if you think I play around when it comes to creature design, ecosystems, setting, like, get out the door. I don't care if this is all stupid. What I care about is that you're in a world that is entirely unlike our own. All this xenofauna is gnarly. I mean, the goal is to be gnarly. A cactus with fiberglass spines that break when entering the body, but are rigid prior to being touched. Symbiosis. How do we want this to be symbiotic? How do we want this to be symbiotic if we are going to be making a cactus? We already made a cactus, but we made like the Arizona cactus. What's the big one? The saguaro. The saguaro is roughly what I based the Kitki on. We could do a different type of cactus. We could do one of the cactuses where it's just like cactus with like 1 million spines. I'm not looking for AI to generate that, thank you. I understand that sounded like a prompt because it was kind of brain dead, but that's not what I was doing. I was going for this. Like, we could have one that's more like this, right? We could have a plant that's like this, but if it stabs you, that's good. Crazy idea. Crazy, 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 crazy. If it stabs you with this, it has like a numbing venom that removes your pain and also acts as like, would it be like an antiseptic, antibacterial? Like it like cleans what it stabs. So like it's this weird thing where it's just like in the Badlands of all things, there's this cactus that has these like quills surrounding it. And if you stab yourself on the quill, it's like getting a shot from the doctor. And it's like a medicine. No, exactly. I'm not even thinking poison. I'm thinking literally just medicine. And it's like, yeah, you got to stab yourself, but it doesn't hurt. It numbs you when it stabs you like a mosquito. Do they inject you with seeds? I want to keep up the... I think the snicin eat these. I think the snicin eats these. It eats disease. So Guard Painter, the issue with that is that's what the kit key was. That's the one that I just showed where it like, oh, it's a barrow cactus made of, it's a saguaro cactus that's made of chitin that has like mandible spines. What that is that it has like a fruit-like body that's actually egg sacs. If you eat it, its maggots grow inside of your digestive tract, become worms, you poop it out, and then it grows into a new cactus, right? So I don't want that to be the exact same thing here. I think what it is, please tell me I'm not the only one that thinks of this. Okay, here we go. Like, it's this. If you recognize this, that's elite ball knowledge. If you understand the reference I'm making, you know elite ball knowledge. So we're gonna have an anti-cactus groups just like we have anti-vax. Make it a symbiote. I don't think we make it a symbiote. I don't think we make it a symbiote. That's a Dalek? No, this is a medical droid. This is a Star Wars medical droid from before when they ruined my boy. They killed my boy. I literally looked up medical droid BF2 for Battlefront 2, and what I'm getting is trash. I don't want these humanoid doctors. I want to see the real medical droid. Perfection. This is what I want. I want a cactus that is this. It stabs you with a needle and consumes. It feeds off of pain. Not by inflicting pain, it takes pain from you and gains energy and ether from your pain. Arrow hates? I'm a hater? Oh no. Okay. We have our idea. Paint eater. Okay, so is this go big go home? Is this like these things are like 8 meters tall? I think this thing might be like 8 meters tall, and the snicin eat it. Or at the very least, like fruiting bodies from it, flowers. And that's why they can hover, is because they can shoot their harpoons way up, 8 meters up, pull themselves up, drag themselves up, and then eat the fruit, eat the flowers. Flowers then get spread by the snicin. I like it. We're rocking this. Found your droid. It's the FX7 medical assistant droid. Thank you, Grave. I live my life not for honor, but for you, Paint Eater. I assume that's Snake Eater. I don't know Snake Eater because I've never played a Metal Gear game. I played like a couple minutes of Metal Gear 1, but Like Metal Gear as a series, I just never got into. Pain Eater. Grows up to 8 meters in height, though rarely more than 40 centimeters in diameter. Often has multiple shoots. What if it's bamboo? What if it's cactus medical droid bamboo? Hollow. Often has multiple shoots of woody material that is it covered in spines, or is it like a saguaro cactus where it has like every couple centimeters it has a spine? Because the image I showed before, that's like that thing is covered in spines. Or we could have it be more like other like barrel cactus or saguaro cactus or some other type of cactus where it's more so just like generally you don't want to hug it. Yeah, grows like an invasive species and shoots up fast. Exactly. Grows up to 8 meters. Grows up to, I think, a meter a cycle. Because what is like actual bamboo grow? Doesn't actual bamboo grow like a foot a day? Like in real life? So I think grows up to a meter in height each solar cycle. Grows up to a meter each solar cycle, up to a maximum height each cycle, up until it collapses under its own weight. Often exceeding heights of 8 meters. Rarely more than 40 centimeters in diameter. Hollow. Often has multiple shoots of woody material that is... Is that 5 inches? Maybe we don't do a meter then. Maybe we do grows up to... Maybe we grow as fast. It's not quite 1 foot per day, both variety. So if we do 6 inches, that's just about 15 centimeters. Grows up to 15 centimeters each solar cycle, up until it collapses under its own weight, often exceeding heights of 8 meters total. Rarely more than 40 centimeters in diameter. Hollow. Often has multiple shoots of woody material that is covered in spines. When piercing flesh, releases... No, it doesn't release a chemical. What am I talking about? Hand wave magic. When piercing flesh, consumes ether from the victim's pain, rendering it numb, rendering the puncture numb. Feeds off of disease. Feeds off of disease, acting as a feeds off of a disease, enhancing the immune system of those stabbed. Feeds off a disease, enhancing the immune system of those stabbed. Each spine has a different... Each spine has a limited amount it can feed on, requiring prolonged and consistent stabbing, puncturing. I like it. I like it. Like I think this is used in acupuncture. I think this is like one of the inventions of acupuncture in this setting. Each spine is a limited amount it can feed on, requiring prolonged and consistent use of multiple different injections. Yeah, consistent injections of different spines. Each spine is a limited amount it can feed on, requiring prolonged, consistent injection of different spines to fully cure an illness. Produces black flowers at its peak. Often produces black flower. I don't want to do the whole like it's consumed and goes through a digestive system. I like the idea it's produces black flowers at its peak and whose nectar is produces black flowers at its peak, whose nectar is sweet. Let me go back to the snicin. Snicin. We never said what they eat. So pollinated by Draken for reproduction, consume. We don't have a name for cactus, do we? Cactus! So now we have like this entire biome is not reliant on a single organism like some of our other biomes are. But like I think the pain eater is I think that the pain eater is like the anchor species of this because the snicin rely on it, the bramble creeper, the barb creeper, and the drakeen both rely on the snicin. The moss relies on the snicin, the wingweed, and the maw relies on the wingweed. So like if the pain eater goes away, everything's screwed. Needling. The black flowers are clearly incredibly rich with ether as they're lotus flowers. Bruce, black flowers at its peak, whose nectar is primarily pure ether. We're not doing alcohol. I said we're not getting high. We're not doing alcohol. Oh no, I said there's nothing good in the Badlands, but like, this is medicine. I went against my word. What if the one thing here that's actually good is the cactus, and it gives you alcohol as a treat? Whose nectar is primarily pure ether. Is primarily ether. I like the idea of the snicins like barbing it and floating up to its top to eat the flowers. Just black flowers at its peak, whose nectar is primarily pure ether. Snicin often float up to consume them. I don't know if it's a matter of reproduction or whatever. Spreads seeds from spreads seeds from flowers along wind currents. Right, and that's why it gets so high, right? It gets like 8 meters tall, it gets like 7 meters tall, and suddenly it's 7 meters up, there's a wind gust, our flower sends away all of its seeds. How do we feel about that? Do we do whose seeds are primarily ether? I think it's the nectar. I like this. prick cactus spinal curia. Badlands are so bad that the cactus went minus multiplied by minus. Yeah, it just kind of like it went Gandhi. It was at least amount of aggression, and then it decreased in aggression, and Stack Overflowed back up to max aggression. Uses. Medicine. Spines used as numbing and medicinal injections. Spines used as numbing medicinal injections, but only... Okay, how do I say? The spines are used, and you take off the spines, and you inject it, and it's a one-time use. Okay, it's done, you throw away the spine. Spines harvested as one-time use numbing medicinal injections. Right. I think that flesh, what is this? Stockiness, wood, body chopped down and used for construction, for I think tools, fuel, and lightweight construction. I don't think that it's stable enough that you can build a house out of it, but I think it is stable enough that you can build like a tool out of it. And I think layered for tools, fuel, and 'cause I'm trying to think, like in Japan they have buildings that are like made of bamboo because that's what you do when you have natural resources, that you use the natural resources. I'm wondering, I think lightweight construction. No, Arrow, you have to say it like the Sokka meme. Giant mushy friend. Or like chopped up since it often falls down by its own. Yeah, I think chopped up. And I think one of the superstitions is never chop down a growing cactus. Only those that have fallen on their own. Why? I don't know. I don't think that's important. But the cactus one? It'll quench you. It's the quenchiest. I don't know it off the top of my head. I'm sorry. And then the flowers. I don't think the flowers. I think nectar boils. Nectar can be simmered in a pan or boiled. I think simmered into a pan to leave behind pure ether, right? I think that the flower nectar can leave behind pure ether, and that's what it's used for. Never chop down a growing cactus, only those that have fallen on their own. Injections from a spine attached to a cactus are more effective than one-offs. Sure. Also, Japanese maintain and rebuild more of the important constructions. Like oldest temples there are wooden and their places are constantly maintained. Yeah, so I'm not saying that it's like long lasting. I'm just saying that like it is construction. It is buildings. So I don't want to say like, oh yeah, you can't make construction out of them, but like lightweight construction, maybe layered construction where it's like multiple layers of bamboo. Like I want to recognize that like bamboo is a building material, just not in the same way that like oak is. They're on two different levels for two different purposes. If the Barbie eater crawls a flower, the pain and illness will come back. I think we already have sharp as an X for other ones. I like the idea of an expression. We don't have any expressions in the Badlands yet. We nearly had the Drakeen and the Barb Crawler. What if we have a superstition where an expression represents someone who is like a stoic pain reliever for everyone in their life, and they're called a cactus, right? How would we do that though? I think it's like sharp as a cactus, quick as a cactus. Bamboo could be used to make it loud. Oh. And then they could throw the harpoons. That's so good. Body chopped up and used for tools such as atlatls, fuel, and lightweight construction. Bamboo in conjunction with sturdier materials. What sturdier materials? Like the shell, I guess. A Dami Mommy that's also great at aftercare and emotional support. Where did we get that from? I gotta be honest. I lost the plot on that one. Maybe they could be called suffer saps. I love that. Because, like, that works on multiple levels. So suffer sap. Cactus. Suffer sap. Sorry. Okay, that's all. Suffer sap. The expression thing? Self is like the suffer sap? A spineless suffer sap describes someone known for comforting others, being emotionally available, being a fantastic healer. I like the idea of a spineless suffer sap, where you would think that's like, oh, they have no spine, but like, no, like they're without spines. People pleasing? Oh, people pleasing would be like 3 layers. Because spineless as in you have no spine. Spineless as in you're a suffer sap that does not have a spine, so you're just the good stuff. Spineless suffer sap because you don't actually solve their problem. You don't actually have the spines that remove their pain. You just kind of like nullify it momentarily. I like that. Okay, let me ask an honest question. How often does the word people or person show up in my stuff? It should not be often. People, person. Okay, I'm gonna delete people pleasing and I'm gonna say creature pleasing. Because in this game, I've made a very important distinction. You're not people. You're not a person. You are on your way to becoming one, but personhood has not been invented yet. You are still basically like an animal that has tools. I'd bet real one 5 times top. So in my document, people shows up once in a quote that someone said. So I don't even think that's like breaching it. And then person shows up 0 times. Everything is personally or personality. So I literally, this entire document avoided person and personal, person and people. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we have the suffer sap. Gosh, this took so long. I loved it. Plural. A grove. Could be a grove. I like bay, like a medical bay. I also like apothecary. Like, I'm trying to think of like nurse, doctor, ER, patient, room, like cabinet, like a medical cabinet. I'm gonna rock apothecary for now. Y'all keep coming up with ideas if you have any, and I will swap it if they strike my fancy. So we're gonna delete these. We are going to, we're going to put the plants up front. Plants I put up front, even though the distinction between plant and animal is kind of not really a thing in this setting. Mog, you go there, and we are pogging. So, all we need to know, I think everything is good. Gosh, I'm gonna just rock the obstacles on my own time, because it has been 5 hours. What? The Broken Ocean. Do we want to do Broken Ocean? We're talking about Broken Lake. We could have it be a fancy name. We could have it be a nonsensical name. We could be like the Broke Eno scene, right? Like if we really wanted, we could have it be like Broke Eno scene, which like that means nothing, but like we could rock that. Like it's really up to what we want. We need a description of it. What is it? Like a name of spiky thing here for Saps. I mean, when I'm punched in the fancy. When you said animals with tools, I just imagine a murder hobo campaign where a bunch of players are playing with the mindset of the meanest trips you have. No! Shattered Ocean gives more Badlands. The Cracked Tides. Shattered Ocean. Because remember, this was... Now it is Badlands. This was... I like the idea of an impact crater. I like the idea of something that was formerly maritime, now dried up. So we could do... entirely below sea level. The region once was the entirely below sea level. The area is dominated by a central crater that pierced. Dominated by a central crater that once housed an entire lake in its islands dotted its interior, and the weather was, I want to say temperate, warm, and islands out its interior, and rain was constant. But the crater, so the crater, sediment would build up. It wouldn't be eroded if it was a lake. So my thought process was it hits a crater, it exposes ether, it exposes the rift. Or do we have it be that guy hit again? Like, Mr. President, the Broke Eno scene got hit by a second meteor. Really big craters from powerful impacts have a central rebound spire, like a water droplet bouncing up. Yeah. But the crater, but over time, the ether exposed to the, but over time, ether bled from beneath the lake into its water, transforming the entire biome. Now, the crater is dry as ether. Now the crater is dry as its islands form mountains amidst pools and streams of ether cutting through sediment. And then this is where we say, I don't think we do Barb Creeper first. I want to do... Sorry, I'm being dumb. I'm being silly. Just being a silly little creature. I'm reformatting. Ignore me. Don't worry. I'm gonna do you first. The wingweed. Frick. Heck. Darn. Okay. Wingweed grows among the corpses that litter this shattered land. Wingweed grows among the corpses that litter the shattered land, most of which were left behind by overgrowths of barb creepers. What was it called? Suffersaps. Suffersaps surround... I think suffersaps don't like being in the crater that much because it can't spread their seeds. Right? So suffersaps prefer to circle the higher perimeter where the wind can reach them. Prefer to circle the higher perimeter, the crater's perimeter, where the wind can reach them. Maw scramble across their ruined home. Maw scrambled across their ruined home, slaying any flying Drakeen or polyhedron of flying Drakeen or floating Snyson they come across. And with that, we are done with every single. We can change this back if we want. We can go from Brock and Oseen to this. I mean, someone said like the broken ocean was one. The Sunder. I mean, like Sunder Crater. I like Sunder Crater. Is this all? Yes, it should be 18. We did it. We have officially made every single biome. I need to go back and I need to, 1, give them all obstacles. I need to, 2, put everything in the same document. I need to, 3, make sure all the mechanics don't conflict with one another. And I need to, 4, reformat it. Today I was like so excited to work on this after stream. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna like hop in, like do some obstacles or whatever. No. Next stream might just be obstacles. I might like save the obstacles for next stream, and I think that might be what Friday stream is next time, because this took way longer than expected and I have other stuff to do. So this might be another week But that would mean that we as a community get to go through all 12 biomes. I show off all 12 biomes. We get to talk about all 12 biomes. We get to think about what realistically would be their weather obstacles and their wildlife obstacles. What, like, are we just going to have it be pouring rain every single biome? Probably not. And like, we can just like screw with the players. Chasms can be cool for the Sunder Crater, but I guess if they were around for a while with new sediment forming, yeah. Thank you for so much for the streams of this. It's been so much fun. It's been so much fun to make it. Honestly, like, I don't know if I would have the time if I wasn't doing this on stream. So it's just so much fun to have y'all input, even if it's technically my work. I love making it a creative process, and it allows me to make weirder creatures, which is always fun. Volcanic region rains of flechettes! And that would be one of the weather impacts, I'm sure. I'm making crabs with gun claws for a fantasy setting right now. The stream reminded me to get started on that. Awesome. Can't wait to hear about people dealing with glass kite rain. So next week, I'm going to go through every single one of the 12 biomes. We're going to make 6 weather obstacles, 6 wildlife obstacles. We are also, and I'm going to just do this on stream, so I might just kick this entire project back a week, and in the meantime, I'll focus on editing, and maybe I can get the girlfriend video done. No promises. So I might just, instead of like get this play testing by next Friday, I might do next Friday is the final stream that I was expecting to have today, where I might do formatting. I might do formatting until then. I might check all the rest of the mechanics by then, and it'll get to the point where literally the only thing left is the wildlife obstacles and the stats for the biomes. And then from there, I can just release it. You're very inspiring, I think. Makes me want to stick to my project. Oh, thank you. The girlfriend video? No, the girl frame video. So there's a system called Girl Frame that someone suggested I look into. So I did, and I recorded my reaction, and it is a very not safe for work 18 plus system that talks about very explicit topics. And I made it a community goal that last year, if we hit 15,000 subs, yeah, the Toxic Fury system, if we hit 15,000 subs, I would do a review of it. And if we hit it by the end of the year, I would do it in maid dress. And I would also talk about the explicit NSFW systems in a safe for work way for YouTube. And then I added a stretch goal where I didn't know what I was going to do. And like the goal was like, hey, if we had 20K, it'll be a joke. We had like 1750 or 17,500 by the end of the year. So like, I owe y'all that video. And I read through the entire video. I read through the entire book. I recorded my reaction to all of it. I need to go through the footage and I need to grab clips that I can show. And what I might do, this might have to be a stretch goal. This might have to be like yeah, you're going to have to work for this. I might on Patreon do a live stream, which would probably be accessible to like anyone. Like I might do a Discord/Patreon one where I talk about the NSFW stuff and I can be asked questions and I will give answers because I think that'd be fun. But I think you have to earn that. I think you have to like deserve that, and then you have to vote on it. So that's my current plan. I need to do a girlfriend video. Once we done with the Neolithic, which I think what I'm gonna do at this point, next week, we do a victory lap. We go through all the biomes. I'll probably explain the system again in its final form, and I will probably use that to make a clip, and then I'll make it for a playtest. That sounds like it'd be so funny. I think it would be very funny. The issue is I need to make sure it's an 18 plus space because I'm not going to be caught talking about sussy stuff to a bunch of minors. And I know that like my YouTube analytics say that like 90% of my audience is over 18, which obviously a bunch of people are lying, I'm sure. But like realistically, I do my due diligence to ensure I'm not showing anyone anything that they shouldn't be looking at. But I constantly am concerned for the well-being of minors in this community. So I even if we talk about sussy stuff, even if we talk about NSFW things, which I'm obviously not like putting that before anyone. That's always something I want to be very careful about. I'm very protective of that. That said, I think it'd be kind of fun to do like a Patreon thing, maybe a Discord thing, maybe. I don't know. That seems like it'd be really risky. That being said, we have questions. I'm going to run through the questions, then I'm going to wrap up. 40K video is coming out tomorrow. I already have it mostly edited. I just need to finish editing it, which I was supposed to do last night, and then I didn't. Whoop. And then because I realized last night I had something else to do, and I was like, I have so much to do. And then I was just like, wait a second. My 40K videos due Saturday, not tomorrow. Pog. And then I just rocked it. Saturday on Twitch, we're going to play Die in the Dungeon, which is a dice-based deck building game where you build a pool of dice, and that determines like your attack and your defense and building whatever. I played the demo on stream like 6 months ago or something. I enjoyed it. And we're probably going to play another demo too. I don't know what it's going to be. We might program. We might program the platonic dating sim. Can you multi-stream here on Twitch? I hear we're finishing the Stone Age today. We finished the final biome. And now I realize that we need to do a victory lap and go through all of the biomes and add a couple missing mechanics. I do programming. I do. I absolutely do programming. I started it like a year ago or whatever, and then stopped it and just didn't touch it. And then I picked it back up a couple weeks ago because people were talking about it. And I've been programming a visual novel over on Twitch, where it is a visual novel where you are a GM that joined a new group, and you have a con in a month. So you have 4 sessions to find a con buddy. In essence, it is a platonic dating sim where the core of the game is that you have to run a game that the person you want to go to the con with will like. So you have to learn what they're interested in. Some people in the group prefer combat. Some people in the group prefer socialization. And you guide the session to make it so that they'll like it. And then you have the opportunity to talk to them after the session and learn more about them outside of the game. Huge W, proud of you. Yeah, so Rory, I was so excited to be done with this project, and I'm like, yeah, I just need to go back. I need to take all of my stuff in like this document. I need to put it back in the master doc. I need to check all the mechanics, which like I'm sure 80% of the mechanics are fine. I just need to fine tune a couple things, and then formatting. And then I realized, no, I have to do a loop. I have to do a victory lap on my biomes and give the creature stats because dumb. Software is my enemy, but it does sound like a cool project. It's fun. And I don't like programming. I've had bad experiences with programming. I was in a STEM program in high school, and I take programming classes. I took C++ and I took Java. Did not enjoy either of them. RenPy is the language I use. It's a offshoot of Python, and it's specifically made for the RenPy engine for visual novels. It's super simple. Like 60% of it is just prose. It's not even like programming. It is just prose, which is super easy. Another banger neat line. Aether and Iron. Aether and Iron is probably not going to happen. I would love to, but like I was in talks with the devs and that didn't go anywhere. So like I could reach out to them again. It's been a month since it came out, so I don't think they would send me anything. So Java, my beloved. I too hate it with at least 2 hearts. Yeah, RenPy on Twitch. Okay, so imagine a playtest stream where the chat votes for heavily scripted actions in game, but creates their character and relevant stuff that walks chat through the system. I could playtest the game on stream live, where I just stress test it and I say, okay, chat, all of you, you're gonna make a species and you're gonna make a creature. And I'm going to run you through a collective, very simple one-shot. And I just listen to the voices. I just engage with what you're up to. I'll probably, like, this would probably be for Discord. I would probably run this in Discord and it would be chaotic and it would be silly. But ultimately, in Discord, I think there'd be fewer people, but generally the folks in Discord tend to be more active. So it could be fun. My condolences about your bad experience with programming can be... Honestly, like, my relationship with programming has changed quite drastically, is that once I started learning for me with a goal, I instantly started loving it. Not loving it. I instantly started like connecting with it. I instantly started retaining information. Like I learned what a stack was back in high school. I could not tell you what it did. No idea what it was, no idea how to program it, no idea how to do it. I'm using like object-oriented design with like class functions, different object characteristics that I'm applying to one another. And like, I never expected I'd be able to do that sort of thing. I am someone who, because of my poor experiences with programming in an academic setting where I wasn't learning for what I'm passionate about, I was learning to learn. I was learning because this is the curriculum they teach you in the STEM program I was in, and they're teaching you about what they saw as the fundamentals, generally so that you could get like a job in IT, right? It was more about data structures than functional data structures is functional programming. It was more about learning the foundation that you could then go into generally in a IT-oriented function, rather than something like game design or creation. Or app develop, or like even app dev. So that's just kind of like, that left a sour taste in my mouth. And then I finally tried it with a game jam. And I had a lot of fun doing a solo project on a game jam. And I tried various projects that I tried by myself. I did a lot of writing, mostly visual novels, because it's RemPy. That's what I connected with most. I tried a little bit of Godot. My very limited C# coming in handy for Godot. But I generally, like, RemPy is just so... It's two-dimensional. That's the best way I can describe it. RemPy is two-dimensional programming. C# and Java are all three-dimensional programming. I'll say Python's probably like 2.5-dimensional. Discord does have polls. It does, yeah. And then I'll upload the VOD to the channel. I mean, yeah, what I would probably do is that I'd probably do a supercut. My goal would be, I don't really know about uploading VODs to the channel directly. I have a VOD channel that I upload all of my Twitch VODs to. But if it was to be like, oh yeah, we did a call on Discord where we play tested my system, I would want to do what I kind of did with the Barbarossa video, which is take 3 hours of footage, condense it down into like 40 minutes. Right. I would take a 3-hour session, which would probably be like 4 hours if we included character creation, and species creation, and we condense it down to like a 40-minute video. Now, obviously, that's a lot of work for me. So I can't do that consistently, and that's why I've been putting off the girl video, pushing off the girlfriend video for so long, because I have 3 hours of footage to go through to find clips. Python is easy, mostly. We elect a cadre of union reps. I mean, you are a union on Discord. I think what would be really funny, I did the Doug thing, where I just take chat and I randomly, because like if there's like 15, 20 people in the Discord, I can just say, okay, I am going to temporarily grab guard painter. You and B. You two are the angel and the devil. You two are the decision makers. I want one of you, like in chat right now, talk to each other. One of you is making good decisions. One of you is making fun decisions. I want you to discuss that right now. I want you to decide right now which one of you is going to be the representative of making the good, logical, progressive choice, and which one of you is going to choose the one that is just really funny and like breaking the game. And then, anytime I provide a decision, you two would have to agree on a decision influenced by chat. And then every like 15 minutes, every 20 minutes, I would swap you all out. Is there any role I should grab over on the Discord to be pinged for that? That'd be server announcements. Server announcements is probably what I've decided I'm going to be doing for like, oh, I'm doing a Discord stage call. I might, maybe in the next week, before this is done, before we do the victory lap, before stream next Friday, I might do another Discord one. I want to do it like once every 2-ish weeks. I don't think I can commit to it once a week, but like once every 2-ish weeks, depending on my editing schedule. I think it would be really fun to have like a 1-2 hour Discord call. I can be bullied by the voices into singing. I can work on TTRPG stuff. I can show off programming. I could, depending on if it interests y'all, I could read my writing. Like writing that I have like written prose for. I could just like show off my writing. Question: next Tuesday will be cell stream. At this point, I'm thinking we're just gonna wrap up the Valentine's game off stream, and I'll continue summarizing it on Wednesdays. The plan is that. Wait a second. Did they? They might not be free Tuesday. I thought they were free Tuesday. No, they said that. I got the date wrong. So like we still should be having the session. I think that we're just gonna swap it offline because they have stuff going on in their life. I don't want to constantly bring this forward and then pull it back and then bring it forward and pull it back. So we're probably just gonna continue that offline. Arrow audiobook. I mean, I am currently in the process of going back through one of my old novels and editing it, and I have not gotten a chance to in like 3 weeks at this point because I was sick and I was busy, and like I have a writing group that I go to for it, and I should on this over the weekend should be able to do it. But hey, I would love to like share some of my writing, even though it's cringe and stupid and loser and like ew. I think it might be fun to do like a chapter every 2 weeks, which as long as I'm keeping up with my editing, I can get through like I'm currently like 3 or 4 chapters into this thing of editing, like my 5th draft kind of deal. So I could probably read this without too much issue. You'd love to hear some of my writing? Thank you. Something I need to figure out, do I want to do like noon PST or do I want to do like 8 p.m. PST? I don't know what time works best for the community. I've had people who say I want to go there, but that's like 3 a.m. for me when I do noon PST. So I want to try and accommodate the Euro bros and the Asian pals and like everyone who isn't in the US. Arrow reads, the Arrow writes. Yeah, that's true. So have you ever thought about reaching out to a D&D streaming group of comparable fame to playtest? No, I have not. For none of my systems, I have thought about reaching out to anyone to playtest. I have a couple friends in mind that I've considered roping into playtesting, but I feel like with Synthop, for instance, I just dropped that. I was like, hey, if you playtest it, here's a form. Please let me know your info. I don't think Synthop has seen much playing. I don't think it's seen much action. But also I didn't put much weight behind it. I didn't put much buzz behind it. I specifically was like, hey, here's the TTRPG. It was a lot of fun. It was like an idea I had that I wanted to work through. I think I got it out in like a month or a month and a half or something. And it just kind of took over my TTRPG brain space for TTRPG dev. For this, I want to like sit on it. I want to ping people and remind y'all. I want to get this going. I don't think it would be... I mean, sure, I could hit up TTRPG groups and like, even if they're kind enough to say yes, my issue is that this is completely unplaytested. I have like made characters for this thing, and that's about the extent of it. I have yet to like go through and properly playtest it, which is why I want to get a big community push for it. Maybe we could also submit stuff for you to read. Yeah, that'd be fun. 8 p.m. PST kills you. Well, maybe you deserve to die then. A big part of what it is, I tend to be I tend to have the house. I tend to not have people that I'm going to bother earlier in the morning and in the afternoon, which is why I stream then. I would prefer to stream at like 7 p.m., but I tend to stream into the early afternoon because then I'm not bothering anyone. So if I was to go at like 8 p.m., that'd probably be a bit late. So a live play of the Neolithic, like that's in the future. I would love to do that. The only issue with that is I want to get that a bit play tested first, and you are my guinea pigs. Like I am dropping like 120 page TTRPG for free with the expectation that it's going to be play tested. And like that's the kind of the handshake agreement that I want to have, is that I'm going to release it for free. It's not going to be formatted well. It's going to be minorly formatted. It's going to be in a quasi-playable state. It's probably going to have something immediately that I need to like immediately fix as soon as anyone plays this other than me. And I want those blind spots to be found. If you streamed at 7 p.m. I'd never be able to watch. Aw. Unga bunga, I cast rock to the head. What are you, Rory? Aw, heck, are you reading my second question? I was grabbing food because I thought you were finishing up. Yeah, so my response to the second question was no. I have not thought about reaching out to playtest. I think it would kind of be disrespectful to something that I haven't even playtested myself much to ask someone else to, oh, you who I really enjoy the content of, can you try out this game for me? I think that I would want, I might do that once I get to the point where like I release it fully. Like once it's the full drop, like the 1.0 maybe, but you think Blue should playtest as a Ma? I think he deserves it, but I wouldn't want to be the one to inflict that on him. 500 buffed harpoon throwing. Any cursed fan art of the Modrons of the Stone Age? That's an oddly specific question. Like, yeah, we had someone earlier in stream. It was N. Drew fan art of the Maw. The creature of suffering, exactly. And I rock it. Weird limbs that they break apart and then put back together. Have you remembered to eat and drink food and water today? Kinda. Is a continent becoming a lost continent because the gods broke the world, duct taped it back together, and then the duct tape finally failed after millennia and the continent fell off? Is that a question about my world? Or is that just kind of like in real life? Because in real life, yes, that is exactly how that went. That is what your history books taught you. Your history books are never wrong. But in my world, it is just your standard, like I would almost say generic 2-continent setup. Y'all are in the Western continent in most everything that you're in. Synthop takes place here. My writing takes place here. My D&D games take place here. I suppose the Neolithic probably takes place here. Or maybe the Neolithic takes place here. So basically I have Kromis and Shundai. 2 big continents. They're not squares. I'm just representing them that way. There's a big old ocean between them. And I started this world building back when I was a teenager with the central conceit of how can I do fantasy different? And so I made my main settlement in the south. I didn't like the idea of, oh, the frozen north. So what I did is I set my main settlement, my main nation that I set all my D&D games in the south, below the equator. And then there's another nation up here. So like the rugged tundra is down to the south instead of to the north. The desert is to the north, not to the south. I came up with the idea of what are my version of the infinity gems? This is where we get into the dichotomies and constants. What are like the core aspects of my world and how does that manifest? Why aren't they around now? Well, here's what it was. How do I incorporate extraplanar entities into this and how do they not influence the world? And as I've progressed, I've definitely like Kromis is like broadly hourglass shaped kind of ish. Hello. little bay there, right? So generally it was like it's Trist, I think Munich, Marengus, Ball, Kenlan, and the central one I think is also called Acadia. The entire nation is called Acadia. And this is where I first set the books I was writing when I was a teenager. This is where I set most of my D&D games. This is where most of the action happens. However, since then, I've kind of like been more interested in, and this is like my toxic trait. Don't at me, bro. In Thrawn. This is my nation that it's inspired by Legend of the Five Rings, where there's a whole host of different houses. Each of these houses has territory, and the houses are like the house of squids, the house of horses, the house of wolves, the house of eagles, the house of hawks, the house of stags, the house of dragonflies. And they each have a culture, they each have a responsibility, and they each have territory. And currently in Thrawn, at the time of where most of my medieval fantasy pre-Renaissance stuff happens, they are currently going through a civil war. And it is a very militaristic nation. I love when they bring out the TV. I feel like I'm watching a professor on the whiteboard. Thank you. It is a very militaristic nation. Like, each house has a standing army, which if you know medieval history, you know that's kind of crazy. There's also Ulan over here, which is super isolationist. It's a religious theocracy. You have this giant forest called the Scarlet Vale over here, which is actually the main setting of the current story that I'm editing right now. The story that I'm editing right now is sorry, I heard a noise in my house, and I'm assuming it's my roommate. But it almost sounded like a dog was walking through my kitchen, and I'm like, we don't have a dog. So the Night Yuri takes place. They start in the House of Thorns, whose entire purpose is to guard the border of the Scarlet Vale, this massive forest. And the main characters go into the forest together. They're trying to solve some sort of magic spell that is driving everyone in it crazy. And it is them as former partners that were separated for years at a time, being forced back into the forest with a spell that threatens to drive them crazy, and them learning to be with each other as like exes. And will they get back together? Will they not? Can they fight the demons of their past and move on while also solving the Savage Calling? What's next? House of Roses. It's loosely inspired by War of the Roses. Like, it has a little bit of Game of Thrones. I would say that Thrawn is the closest to Game of Thrones you get in my setting. But even then, it's more L5R. It's more L5R than GOR, Song of Ice and Fire. Because it follows the ethos of like a world where honor is stronger than steel. It is a very maritime, martial, honor-bound nation and culture. There are rites and practices that you're expected to follow. Not everyone does. Not every house does. Every house has their own agenda. Some houses are on one side of the Civil War, but secretly helping the other one. What is Legend of the Five Rings? So Legend of the Five Rings is a card game from the 90s that then kind of died and then got picked back up in like the 2010s and I think died again. Although it might still be active. It might still just be on like Jingoku, but it's a card game, and it followed the nation of Rokugan, which, to put it bluntly, it is a white guy's version of what they think a cool Eastern setting would look like. So it is China, Japan, Korea, Mongolia. Right, it's like every single Eastern nation stereotype, and all of Southeast Asia smushed in there as well, and like a little bit of South Asia sprinkled in there. So like not mincing words, it is like China, Mongolia, Korea, Japan, like Malay and Vietnam, and all of the nations just kind of smushed together with all their cultures mixing. That being said, it is a nation where when you played the card, or it is a game where you played the card game, you chose one of the houses. So you might be a player who plays the house of cranes. You might be a house that plays the house of lions. Or is it bears? I think it's the lions. You might be of the house of scorpions, which is a fallen house that isn't actually like honored anymore. You can play the house of unicorns, which are like just the Mongols without really any change. And so like you chose your faction, and the really cool thing about it, and Matt Colville has a fantastic video about this. This is actually where I got into it. It's where I learned about it. And this is basically where my interest ended, outside of the fact that I played briefly the starter set for the 2010s version of L5R with my sibling. Because they picked it up and we got to play it. And there's an online version of it, and I'd love to play that, but I don't have anyone to play with. So you declare yourself to one of them, and the game took place over like 2 IRL years, 2 in real life years ish. Maybe it was like 4, maybe it was 6, but it was like a handful of years. And the story was based on real life TCG tournament results. If I played in a tournament where I played the House of Cranes and I fought Demonbot, who played the House of Scorpions, and Demonbot beat me, in lore, the Scorpions would defeat the Cranes and get some plot advantage over them, and maybe the Cranes would become a dishonored house and the Scorpions would gain the favor of the daimyo, and suddenly the Scorpions are in a more powerful position. So in the next pack of cards you'd open for the next set, my champion of the House of Cranes is dishonored and has a new card where he has like a different focus on his style, whereas the Scorpions get like a new settlement, a new base that reflects the fact that now they're one of the favored clans. And like that was what the game was, is that it was tournaments would decide the lore. And it was expected that over the course of like these 2, maybe 4 years, there was a decided endpoint. The plot was wrapping up, the plot was getting to this point where it was ending, and then they hit that point, and literally, like, the way Matt Colville described it, like, I highly encourage you to look up Matthew Colville, The Greatest Story in Gaming. Matthew Colville, L5R. They literally decided the end of all of L5R based on just an out-of-game, non-mechanically supported ruling that the players agreed to. The final 2 players of the tournament, they made a deal that out of game, they as players would allow each other to play their champion. Their champions, they would allow themselves to like boost up their champions, and their champions would duel. And whoever beat the other one would sacrifice themselves to save the day, and the loser would have to live on and like save, like be the new emperor and like save the world or whatever. So it's the idea of like the winner of the duel wins the entire game. And that was their goal. That was what they said. And the writers were like, yeah, sure, why not? And so they, off the cuff, went off of what the spur of the moment decision the players did and rewrote the ending of the game live in front of like this huge crowd of people playing this TCG. And then the game ended up not ending, and it ended up continuing, and ended up kind of dying out as a result of that, because it was all building towards this one day. The day comes, the day goes, and then the hype's gone. But ultimately, like, that's why people loved L5R. And L5R, just kind of like the idea of that, like a world where honor is stronger than steel. That is the tagline. That idea kind of like inspired Thrawn, which is the nation I was just talking about. So yeah, that's L5R. Just becoming card game weeb General Custer. Oh my gosh. The Asian flavored version of Oriental. Yeah, basically. Imagine getting your butt kicked so bad it becomes canon. Exactly. In like 40 words, what happened in the Kane session this week? We did not have a Kane session this week. Need a good insult for a British person? Help. How's the Queen getting along with Thatcher? All you gotta say. That will piss off anyone who's British. I need a good insult. What's your opinion on having the gods be shiftless and lazy? Why include them? Like if it's just like a lore detail, it's like if you make a setting, and in the setting you have deities that are like neglectful, and so it's a story about human ingenuity and persevering in spite of everything, and you're not going to get help from the divine. You got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. We got to help each other community wise. Like, sure, yeah, go for it. But like if they're core to the story, then they probably shouldn't be, because that's just boring. Like thing process. Okay, for the past like couple months now, basically every day, I go to my shower. Like I go to my bathroom. I'm gonna take a shower. My tub is like that. I have been doing like that So I'm like, so I started like that, right? The goal is maybe better proportions. So I've been trying to do like a cabedon. I've been trying to do like a cabedon with my leg. I think I started like there, like basically like a 90-degree angle, and I've been slowly getting up over time. And then I kind of plateaued. And then now I'm at like here. I think I'm at like, I actually might be at shoulder height. And the main thing I'm struggling with is keeping my legs straight, because I can do like that easy, right? I can like very easily like get my leg up, bent knee, and like have my foot by where your face would be. However, the goal is that I want to get to the point where I can just stick my leg out straight. And I want to be able to be like, hey, like just because I can, right? It's an exercise in flexibility. It's an exercise in adherence. It's an exercise in consistency. And I have just been trying this like over time, and I've notably increased my flexibility, and I'll do it with both legs. You have a streamer who might love this. Try a sciatic glide. You're probably locking up the nerve. What does that mean? Sciatic glide. What does that mean? Start with knee bent, foot flexed. Start to kick the leg straight, stop when you start feeling the beginning of a stretch. Drop the foot to your butt. Oh, so when I might have come off wrong. Like it's not that I literally can't. But it's not that I can't keep my legs straight. What it is that it's easier to have like the bend, right? It's easier to do that. So it's just a matter of like the discipline and the control over my own muscles in order to ensure that I'm keeping my legs straight. And often what I'll do is like that, right? Sciatica is a nerve that runs all the way down the spine and leg. Yeah. And like, I certainly, when I stretch my legs out forward, I feel tension behind my knee, which I assume is that. I always thought it was a tendon. I thought it might be a tendon thing, but like, it's just something where I have been increasing my flexibility with that as I've been doing this. Got the flexibility, but not, no. Like the main issue is that my hips and my waist. The flexibility there is my issue. Like I'm able to extend my leg out straight. Like if I do, like I can do that. Yeah, so I don't think it's that like I don't have mobility, but I do have flexibility. I think it's literally just like I have never been like in gymnastics or anything. I have never been a runner, although I do go on like jogs pretty consistently. I've never been someone that like had significant like legs flexibility. I can never do a split. So what my goal is to just like be able to do like this, right? And I want to be able to like do this so then someone can be like, Kya. But like, and like, wait, that's. This is me being flirty. You see, that's me being like, "Hey, baby girl." That's doing like the thumb thing, like. Where you put your chin on it. This is horrifying. Hey, baby girl. Oh, you're flirting? I thought it was a head kick. It's gotta be sideways to have. Yeah. I'm not doing like a roundhouse. No. It's literally just I want to be able to do this. Right? Like it's not prompted by like I want to kick anyone. Ever trying to flirt is horrifying. I'm gonna scream. Help me, step bro. I need to work on the flexibility of my waist. Shut up, okay? That's because religious people look to gods as either super big daddy moneybags or active constant threats. That's fair. Like why would you include them if they don't have a role to play? A neutral indifference to God does nothing for or against. Mm-hmm. You love head kids. Did you know that means lesbian in sign language? Huh. Interesting. Well, I guess if I have... I imagine that if I learned to go... I would be very popular at lesbian bars. Particularly if I wear a carabiner for no particular reason. So yeah, I've just been doing that as like just a fun little, I want to see if I can do it. I want to see if I can increase my flexibility. And I've been having fun with it. Like it's just something I do for like 20 seconds a night. I'll do like 5 seconds with one leg, 5 seconds with the other. If I was crazy, I'd be doing like 15 seconds with one leg, 15 with another. Then I'd be doing 30 seconds with one leg, then 30 seconds with another. So like, it's really not anything intense. It's literally just like, I want to see if I can. And I feel like consistent small steps towards flexibility is always good. Are you not already very popular at lesbian bars? I have never been to a lesbian bar. Also, I'm non-binary, so like lesbians overwhelmingly are pretty chill when it comes to gender inclusivity. Like lesbians are I think lesbians are literally, like they've been polled, and like Gallup has done polls for this. Lesbians are literally the most to be trans inclusive. I wouldn't know. I've never been. I always do some stretching before training. That is how you should do it. All the lesbians I know are chill with enemies, and most of them are, and that's why they're amazing, and that's why I love lesbians. Like, I love most people, but like lesbians in particular, I think it's, I mean, obviously they're terrible people who are lesbians, and there are lesbians who are terrible people, but like overwhelmingly, very positive experience with lesbians. Just like like platonically and like just knowing them in my life, not to mention in queer history. Sorry for profiling you as someone who would go to a lesbian bar. My only issue with that, Butte, or my main issue with that, I don't drink alcohol, nor do I sleep around. So like, as far as I'm aware, those are like the two things you do at bars. Like maybe I'm misinformed, right? You're only supposed to do dynamic stretches, really? Interesting, I didn't know that. Yeah, so like I don't do either of these, so I don't really know what I would do at a bar. You can only really stand the fruity drinks myself. Yeah, I just don't have any alcohol. I've never had any alcohol. Feel free not to answer, but why don't you drink? I don't want to. Like, simple as. Like, yes, it's calories. Yes, it is cheaper. Yes, it is a social thing. Really? Okay. Yes, it is cheaper. Yes, it is tied to like family stuff and family history with alcoholism. Yes, it is like a loss of control sort of deal. So it's like, it's multiple things. But it's not anything like particular. It's just kind of like, I don't want to. I mean, at this point also, it's also been like, I've gone my entire life without drinking. I kind of want to see how far I can go. We wouldn't drink, but sake yummy. Ooh, interesting. Def saves you money at parties to only order water. Yeah, only ordering water. People look at you weird. It's definitely odd about that though. But yeah, so I'm gonna hop off. Thank you so much. Tomorrow is Twitch stream. It's going to be Twitch, Die in the Dungeon, maybe another demo, or maybe another like quick game, and then programming if we have time. We are going to be having 40k video tomorrow. On Sunday, do I have to do a mega dungeon too? No, I don't want to do a mega dungeon. Do a mega dungeon for Sunday, and then starting next week, I want to get back on track. I missed like the Lancer video, which is why I kicked it back, but I want to get back on track. So Hunter's Archive next week, along with another Lancer video next week. And I want to set up the girlfriend video if I can. But thank you all so much. Have a lovely, lovely day, evening, night, morning, whenever, and take care of yourself. I'm going to rest up. Bye-bye.